my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
It's Thursday, December 14th. This is the Fox News Rundown. The House votes to formalize an impeachment inquiry into President Biden, the president calling it a baseless political stunt. Time is running out for Republicans and Democrats to reach an immigration deal and secure new military funding for Ukraine. White House officials trying to hammer out a deal on the border that would greenlight billions in aid. And former assistant attorney for Delaware, Leslie Wolf, expected to sit for a deposition today with the House Judiciary Committee investigating Hunter Biden and the Biden family business dealings. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Kayal and Company, morning 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Is there fat jokes out there? Of course. By the way, we all keep getting fatter as a society as we evolve for some reason. It's weird how that works. In what profession do you get banned or discriminated against? TV news appearance absolutely matters. You see any bald bearded guys on TV?
They're all on radio.
Face for radio, Nick Kayal.
As a nation, we could all stand to drop a few.
No, everybody's going to try starting on 1/1.
Yep,
and then they'll give up by February 13th.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
There's a chill in the air and the big red bows are on the cars. Make this holiday season truly a December to remember with a great deal on your new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill. The 2024 Lexus are arriving daily. They have over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill, now a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. Stop in and see Tony Labello and his team or visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
Hey Philly, it's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey Harley, what's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years?
What?
And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh right, it's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation, today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
All right, guys, we got to talk about Christmas. It's that time of year again. So I'm going to give you some advice because, you know, I love to make sure you're happy. Do what I did last year and what I'm going to do again this year. And that is make her happy with Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas. So good, they sell out every single year. They sold out last year. They're going to sell it again this year. Naturally nude pajamas are known for their ultimate comfort and style. Soft, silky, totally luxurious. Better than lingerie with a curve caressing fit. Here's the best part. When you order Naturally Nude pajamas today, you're going to get a free Naturally Nude nightie. That's $75 savings on a deluxe 2-in-1 complete gift. And that's not all. With Pajamagram, you can even add gift packaging. If you ask me, that's one easy holiday gift that is sure to make her happy and to make you happy. But you have to hurry before it's gone. Go to Pajamagram today for Naturally Nude pajamas. That's Naturally Nude pajamas at Pajamagram.com. Tell them Rich sent you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
SEPTA police are on strike after union members voted down the latest contract offer from SEPTA. The House has authorized an impeachment inquiry into President Biden, and at least 18,600 people have died in Gaza, where officials say children's vaccines have completely run out.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The Dow soars more than 500 points, topping 37,000 for the first time after Federal Reserve Chair Powell hinted at interest rate cuts in 2024. The Fed left interest rates unchanged yesterday at a 22-year high. The S&P 500 rose 1.4% and is about 90 points away from its own record. General Motors robo-taxi unit Cruise dismisses 9 top executives after a review of how the company handled an October 2nd incident that seriously injured a pedestrian. And real estate brokerage Redfin says rents are falling at the fastest pace since the start of the pandemic, thanks to a construction boom. The median rent fell 2.1% in November year over year, the steepest drop in 3 years. I'm Carmen Roberts. That's your Fox Business Report, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Americans are still spending for the holidays, even though money's tight for many.
Things are getting pretty expensive.
Believe me, inflation's no joke.
What's the budget this year?
I already done spent like $300 just today.
Those shoppers still cheery, at least, on Jesse Waters' primetime. But real-life Grinches are lurking. Scammers who keep finding new ways to rip people off, even easier when we're in a hurry or distracted, and especially when we're online. The FBI's Internet Crimes Report for 2022 says Americans lost a total of more than $280 million last year just to internet scams, including the kinds that pop this time of year.
It's always the online purchase scam that a lot of people unfortunately find themselves caught up in around the holidays.
Melanie McGovern is Director of Public Relations and Social Media for the International Association of Better Business Bureaus.
For example, you're searching for an item and then all of a sudden it pops up in your social media feed on a website you've never heard of, and that's where people report to our scam tracker. I found this ad, I tried to purchase the product and ended up not getting the product and not getting my money or losing my money. So that's where we do see a lot of these scams pop up, especially this time of year. It is the online purchase scam, definitely number one.
And I guess, these have become even easier, right? With so many people shopping online? I mean, what are the red flags for people to look for? How can they tell a fake email or a fake website from the real thing?
A lot of this comes from what we call passive scrolling. So, I mean, think about when you're on social media and you see an ad, you stop scrolling and you click over. You're not in shopping mode. You're not thinking about, is this real or not? So if you get an email, you want to know, hey, did I sign up for these emails? Does the website look a little off? Is the URL not the direct name of the retailer? Are they promising that they have an item that nobody else has? Is the item way less than it is other places? Is there no contact information? That's a big red flag. Same as a website. So once you click that email and you go to that website, look for those red flags. Do the pictures all look kind of off? Is there broken English? Is there no contact information? And then again, on social media, always look for that verified check mark next to a retailer. And, you know, go to the page. Is it new? Did it just start? Are there comments? Are they deleting comments? What are people saying about it? Those are just really good ways to protect yourself when you're online shopping this holiday season.
You mentioned that one potential red flag is if they're offering something that other people don't have. Popular items, very easy to be tempted by resellers when you can't find that hot item that you're looking for. I know counterfeits and knockoffs are also a big issue, right? How do you protect yourself from that?
Well, you want to go in knowing what the availability is. What's the regular retail price? If you're looking for something that averages about $149.99, let's say, and the sale price that you've seen is $129.99 across multiple retailers, and then all of a sudden you're seeing ads for the same product for $79.99, that can be a red flag that it could be counterfeit. You know, look for the search terms like, again, using the word like next to the name of the product. Or again, if it's coming from, say, overseas, how long is it going to take to get there? And we do know that some of the products that do come from overseas could be counterfeits or duplicates. So you want to make sure that that's in the description, that you know what you're buying. Sometimes the counterfeits and duplicates could be problematic. They could be made of poor material. They could cause problems down the road. So again, it's a lot of buyer beware if that's the route you want to go. You know, after you do all your due diligence, that's something to think about before you hit purchase.
The word free is always a hook. Is there any such thing as a free gift card?
Probably not. And we do see some of these scams pop up where people think they're getting a free item and then they ask you for your credit card for the shipping. And then all of a sudden you're subscribed to some service that you never asked for, never authorized. So again, nothing is ever really free. Make sure that you know what you're signing up for before you put any kind of personal information into any website.
Speaking of shipping, I know fake shipping notifications are another pitfall of holiday shopping. How do those work?
I get the texts all the time. It's coming from what claims to be a national package outlet that ships things. It's UPS, USPS, FedEx, saying that your package is being held at the warehouse because there wasn't enough postage put on it. So that's where people are like, oh no, what do? They see a link, they click that link, and then all of a sudden they're giving up personal information and not even realizing it. So that's, again, where it can get a little dicey. People really need to keep track of what they ordered. A lot of reputable retailers will ask you at the point of sale, do you want text alerts? Do you want emails? How do you want to get this delivered? Make sure you remember if you checked that box for text alerts, because what the scammers are relying on is you not paying attention, people opening text messages within seconds of them being sent, and then panicking and giving up that info. So bottom line, make sure you're keeping track of what you ordered, how it's coming, and what carrier is bringing it to your house.
There is a scam as well, preying on people who want to pay it forward through gift exchanges with strangers online, for instance. That certainly exposes personal information, right?
Yeah, and it's technically illegal. It's technically a pyramid scheme. So if you see a friend of yours post, let's do a holiday gift exchange. If you send one $10 product to a person, you could get 30 products from other people. So you're moving up the pyramid. And if you're sending things in the mail like that, it is technically illegal. So and you don't know who you're giving your information to. It could be a trusted Facebook friend who has an account that's been hacked and spoofed. So you want to make sure that you know who you're exchanging gifts with, that it isn't online, that it's actually in person. And if you see one of these and you're tempted to do it, just scroll on by, reach out to that friend and say, hey, you know what, if you want to exchange gifts, let's just do it in real life.
A lot of folks look for temporary jobs over the holidays. That's another way that scammers could maybe find a way in to your personal information. What are ways to spot a fake job opportunity or a fake warning that you've been hacked?
The biggest thing with the jobs is they came to you, you didn't go to them. A lot of times we'll see people report to our scam tracker, I got an email with a job offer. Reputable companies don't offer you a job until they've met with you, interviewed you, gone and done their due diligence. So if the job is too easy to get, that's a red flag as well. Or they're offering to pay you a lot of money for what seems to be like a minimum wage job. Those are the biggest red flags. You know, around this time of year, we'll see those, quote, secret shopper type jobs pop up where they'll tell you, go to this retail outlet and buy 6 gift cards with the money we're going to send you. And then to see if you really did it, you have to send back the number on the gift cards. You buy those gift cards, that money's already gone, and then the gift card money is gone. So definitely, definitely, definitely do not fall for this. Make sure that you are checking it out before you say yes. There are reputable secret shopper companies, but they're not emailing you and blindly hoping that you'll accept that position.
It's also a very popular time of year for donating, and that means fake charities, especially insidious, since there are so many legitimate charities that really need help to help others. How do you donate safely?
The bottom line with donating to charity is that a reputable charity will give you the time to do your research, do your homework, check into them. They will gladly answer questions. If you say, you know what, I'm going to sit on this today and make a decision tomorrow, they'll say, okay, you know, here's our number, give us a call back. But if it's an imposter or a scammer, they're going to put that pressure on you to donate right away. They're going to tell you that there's no time to wait, that they really need your money, and they're going to keep hounding you. So again, make sure you're checking give.org, which is the BBB's charity arm. We have accredited charities there with giving tips, really great resource. A lot of times, you know, we talk about, you know, getting scammed online and making sure, you know, so many people are looking on their phones instead of their computer that they're not seeing little things that could be red flags. So, you know, if you get a call, if you get an email, if you see an appeal on social media, go over to a bigger computer, take a look and start noodling around and hold the mouse over some of the links to make sure they're going exactly where they're supposed to be going.
Mm-hmm. I know the Better Business Bureau has highlighted what I thought to be a really shocking statistic, that 80% of pet advertisements may be fake. 80%. Is that mainly pets for sale, or do scammers also target people looking for rescues? And what should would-be pet owners do to play it safe for the holiday season?
Most of those are people searching for purebred dogs. A lot of those websites will pop up in the middle of the night. They'll have adorable pictures of puppies. In some cases, they'll have videos. And it could be a puppy that is highly sought after, a breed that's highly sought after. And all of a sudden, you're like, oh my God, there they are. I can buy one for $800. And the dog may be a $2,000 dog. So unfortunately with puppies, people get emotionally attached to their animal. And then they're not thinking about, oh, we have to pay more to have a crate. You know, sometimes they'll say, well, we need to pay more to ship the dog, or it needs some insurance. So of course you want to do everything you can to make sure that animal is safe in transporting it to you. And then all of a sudden you're out $4,000 and there is no animal. So again, reputable sellers usually have wait lists and will make you do an interview and make you come out and see the animal and see how the animal interacts with you. It's not just a really quick transaction online. Buying a purebred dog is a process. So, you know, we always encourage people to use our website, find that reputable puppy breeder, dog seller, or to use our website to find a rescue that is accredited that has animals that need homes as well.
So again, for folks who want to get any of these tips or read more on any of these holiday scam issues, it's bbb.org, right?
Correct.
Melanie McGovern, BBB spokesperson, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Iris Flip when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Iris Flip is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, you'll get nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals these secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
At Independence Blue Cross, we believe in giving you the tools you need to pursue your healthiest life. From premiums as low as $0 per month to health discounts and cash rewards, it pays to have coverage with Independence. With the strongest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free 24/7 virtual doctor visits, you can feel confident that quality care is always within reach. Learn more about your coverage options at ibx.com.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Fox Fox News, I'm Carmen Roberts. Every Republican in the House rallied behind yesterday's vote to formalize their impeachment inquiry of President Biden.
The vote was 221 to 212, straight down party lines. House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer.
What did the Bidens do to receive the tens of millions of dollars from our enemies around the world?
The president saying Congress should focus on world and national priorities, such as war and the economy.
Fox's Cornell Scott. Democrats call the impeachment probe a political stunt. The Supreme Court agrees to hear arguments in the high-stakes battle over the abortion pill mifepristone.
A judge in Texas ruled against this drug being prescribed and sent to women in the mail. A different judge in Washington state ruled in favor of the drug in a separate case. The Supreme Court said the drug will remain available during litigation.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Golden State Warriors forward Draymond Green has been suspended by the NBA indefinitely after he was ejected from a game for the third time this season in Tuesday's loss to the Suns. Green was thrown out of that game for spinning around and slapping Phoenix center Yusuf Nurkic in the face. On the court Wednesday, the Bucks beat the Pacers 140 to 126 behind a franchise record 64 points by Milwaukee star Giannis Antetokounmpo. The Pistons also keep making history, but not in a good way. Joel Embiid scored 41 points as Philadelphia beat Detroit 129 to 111. It was the Pistons' 21st consecutive loss. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Quite frankly, I don't understand how it was not a slam dunk that Michael Penix Jr. was the Heisman Trophy winner. Let me go pro Michael Penix Jr. here. Let's start with the stats because everyone wants to point at the stats. Jaden Daniels, this is passing stats. 3,812 yards, 40 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, a QBR of 95.7. Very good. Michael Penix Jr. had 4,218 yards, 33 touchdowns to 9 interceptions, 83.4 QBR. Michael Penix Jr. also went 13-0, where Jaden Daniels went 9-3 at LSU. I'm not going to get into a statistical argument because Jaden Daniels had better stats because he was a running quarterback. Michael Penix Jr. is a straight pocket passer with expert precision that ran a very complex Kayal DeBoer offense like a Swiss watch. That thing was ticking. I don't think Jaden Daniels could run the Washington offense the way Michael Penix Jr. did. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Make recycling part of your holiday season. If you get a new computer, tablet, or cell phone this year, recycle your old one by selling it or donating it to charity. Otherwise, dispose of it at a proper e-waste facility. Recycle your Christmas tree by turning it into wood chips and mulch. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Jason rants.
What's on your mind?
I still hear the cries of 2 brothers who witnessed their father murdered by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. One shouted, "Why am I alive?" And yet to some Americans, this slaughter was somehow justified. The Israeli Defense Forces recently screened for Seattle media a 47-minute video documenting just a fraction of Hamas's brutality. While nearly all outlets were invited, only a handful showed up, most of us conservative. Every single television outlet apparently passed. The video shows the 2 boys, around 10 years old, abruptly awakened by their father, rushing them to a backyard bomb shelter. A Hamas militant spots them, hurls a grenade, and their father dies instantly before their eyes. The next scene shows the boys dragged to their living room where they relive the trauma and call out for their father. with one saying he was blinded by the blast. This compilation, sourced from Hamas's GoPro and phone footage, surveillance, and social media videos, also includes clips taken by survivors fleeing the chaos. Israel's intent with these screenings is to bear witness to these atrocities, balancing respect for the victims' families who may not wish for this footage to be permanently online. The images are graphic and unforgettable, the crimes unthinkable and unforgivable. The sounds of fear and pain are haunting. Babies and young children were shot or burned to death. Men and women were seeking cover while being pursued by Hamas, one shouting, "Kill the Jew," when a wounded civilian was found alive. Watching the video, turning away at times from its intensity, I thought of Americans protesting in support of resistance, chanting slogans that align with these terrorists. I just saw mercilessly slaughtering Jews. They scream, "Resistance is justified when people are occupied," from the river to the sea, and long live the Intifada. I started replaying in my head the Oakland City Council's ceasefire resolution debate. During public comment, one anti-Semite after another took to the podium to declare the notion that there was a massacre of Jews is a fabricated narrative. An innocent Jewish staff member tried unsuccessfully to hide in a kindergarten classroom while Hamas hunted her. Now that scene contrasts sharply with college students and professors taunting Jewish Americans on their campus. Survivors recounted witnessing brutal gang rapes during these attacks, yet there's been no unequivocal condemnation from many progressives against such war crimes. My book, What's Killing America? Inside the Radical Left's Tragic Destruction of Our Cities, highlights this disturbing progressive apathy. I never imagined being shocked any further by the left's indifference to such Holocaust-like crimes, and yet I am shocked. After viewing the footage, it's clear. Israel must eliminate Hamas, irredeemable barbarians with bloodlust for Jews. I'm uncertain, however, of what to do with Hamas sympathizers and defenders who are marching on streets from New York to Seattle. These people are our neighbors, coworkers, teachers, doctors, grocers. They're celebrities who entertain us on a screen, lawyers who we go to for legal advice, and associates we ask for help picking a jacket in our size. They're Americans, and they devalue Jewish life to the point where they defend terrorists who behead innocents with knives, laugh and cheer as they gun down kids running for their lives, and call their parents to gleefully share their kill count. Indifference allowed the Holocaust to occur. Justifying Hamas's actions necessitates dehumanizing Jews, something Hamas clearly does. Never again. It just happened again, and it's being defended. As an American Jew, the fear of being surrounded by those who support genocide against my people is palpable. I'm left wondering about my safety and what action to take in a society where such twisted views are increasingly normalized. I'm Jason Rant.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
The milkshake that blew out Mom's blender. The short ribs that converted a vegetarian. Life's most enduring moments deserve to be set in stone. And at Colonial Marble and Granite, a timeless granite countertop can now be yours for as little as $1,999. Let the memories begin. Some restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, December 14th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live on YouTube for your video viewing pleasure as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number, Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist, our associate producers. Getting closer and closer to Christmas. Woohoo! Closer and closer to Hunter Biden going to jail. Probably not.
He's not going to jail.
Joe Biden to be impeached. Definitely not. But big news with Trump. January 6th. SCOTUS. We got a lot to get to. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. I cannot believe, as you say, 10 days to Christmas Eve.
I know. How about that?
Woo.
It'll be here before you know it. Then it'll be New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. Then we'll be back January 2nd. And as our buddy Sean Farash said, we have an election year upon us when we come back. So that'll be very good. By the way, I felt like yesterday, between Hunter, Joe, Trump, I kept hearing Dawn Stenzlin in my head saying, we have a lot breaking and a lot developing. There's a lot developing and a lot breaking. Like you say, coming up as you preview your show, you get into what's developing right at the top. And I'm thinking, well, I'll be damned, ain't this a news day?
You know, it's funny. There was a time on this radio station when the only local show was a morning show. So, like, we went into syndicated program. Like, it was amazing hearing yesterday as all the news was breaking, from Dawn to Dom to Rich. Like, everybody just was all over it, and it's just that's why we do what we do here.
Yep. Now we get
amazing.
Now we get our crack at it, and then the cycle will start all over again. Sometimes we get to react first. Sometimes Dawn gets the news in her slot. Sometimes it falls in Dom's lap. Other times it falls in Rich's lap in the afternoon. That's the way it works, and that's the beauty of live and local, 6A to 7P.
Amen.
How about that for a liner?
Yeah.
I'll just cut you a promo right there, Stalker.
I like it.
There you go. All right, so a lot of good things to get to beyond what we just mentioned. Boston mayor, no white people come to the holiday party.
Even though her husband's white.
Right. She's Asian. Her husband's white. No white people.
Well, maybe it's about our marriage.
Oh.
Maybe we're
Yeah.
overestimating the situation.
That's very true. And how about this? An ex-Facebook diversity manager swindled $4 million in a scheme. We will get to that story. Another DEI hire, by the way. And Taylor Swift and Gaza. Maybe she should just go. She should perform on the West Bank, and she should stay.
Did you see yesterday?
Her birthday.
Yesterday, these pro-Palestinian protesters shut down a freeway in Los Angeles
for 2 hours.
It got ugly, man. Like, there were people getting out of their cars, getting ready to fight people.
Yes. There was 2 school buses trapped.
L.A. has the worst traffic anyway, because you can't walk in L.A. Literally, you can only drive.
Yes.
So that 405 freeway is just brutal anyway. Oh my God, I can't.
Is that the same freeway that OJ was on?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know if it was the 405. There's the 101, the 405. I don't know.
Yeah. There was 2 school buses that were stuck, that were trapped there, and I believe we actually have audio of one of the bus drivers who has had it with the Palestinian protesters, trying to really upend her day.
I'm done with this.
She got off the bus and she dragged the protesters that were squatting. Hey, if the cops aren't going to do it, the citizens have to, right?
At some point, I probably shouldn't say this at 6:05, but at some point,
I'll tell you what.
Oops, my foot slipped and it hit the gas. Sorry.
Let a couple of Palestinian protesters cut off my route to the liquor store on a Friday.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to get all of about 3 minutes to get up, or that Honda Ridgeline's coming for them. I'm joking. Maybe.
We don't encourage violence.
No, we just talk about it in our city on the radio. All right, we got a lot to get to. Let's get to the news. Round number 1, 6:05, the Great Dawn Stenzel.
Yes, 6:05. We are sponsored this morning in our first edition of Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by ECI Comfort. So a lot going on this morning. December 14th, 31 degrees right now. I'll tell you when a huge warm-up will be on the way to you. So in the news today, the big story in Philadelphia is that SEPTA's transit police, they are now officially on strike after members of the union voted yesterday afternoon to take to the picket lines. This strike was approved by 2/3 of the Fraternal Order of Transit Police. This is Lodge 109 members who voted. And once this happened, they went on the strike, the picket lines immediately. And so ultimately what's happening this morning after these guys, they had to turn in all of their equipment last night. So what happens now? SEPTA transit officers, they are off the job. That means we have a hybrid of emergency type management officers. We have some private security that is hopefully keeping SEPTA secure, and then Philadelphia police as well. So a hybrid of security helping to, obviously they're short staffed. They're on long shifts. Not great for Philadelphia.
No.
We know how every day, just yesterday there was that stabbing at 69th Street.
Right. So the safety issues of SEPTA just keep getting worse and worse.
Yeah.
Okay.
So hopefully they resolve this. Now, here's the bright spot for people who take SEPTA. The issue is over whether it's a 2-year deal or a 3-year deal. So SEPTA is saying it is a 3-year deal. The union members are saying, no, it's actually not.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually not. So they're meeting again today because that's it. That's the one sticking point. I think they're going to get their 3-year lock.
I would hope so.
So that's that's my bottom line on it.
I would say this, though. If you're tired of the crime and the lack of safety on SEPTA, I would suggest you go to Piazza Auto Group, lease a vehicle, purchase a vehicle, and say, I am done with public transportation. If you have the means to do so, you know where to go.
Yeah, that's true. There are some incredible end-of-year deals. Also, I know for Jimmy Kelly, who's legally blind, who works here, and he's been taking Uber a lot because of this, because he takes private transportation.
I would love to see somebody actually do a cost analysis of public transportation like SEPTA versus Uber. I'm guessing Uber and Lyft is probably more expensive.
They have gotten more expensive.
Yeah,
it's true. And so for a lot of people, there's really no other choice. And let us not forget that you have to deal with parking and paying for parking.
Yeah.
And that's so expensive.
Right.
So I know that private security guards are the ones that'll be assigned to locations as needed, with a real focus on the Market, Frankfurt, as well as the Broad Street lines. And then Philadelphia Office of Emergency Management, they're going to provide the logistical support. So we'll follow this very carefully this morning. I know that both sides have said they're going to meet today. Hopefully they get her done. Speaking of driving, Kelly Drive, I don't know if you've heard this story, but the city of Philadelphia now has lowered the speed limit on Kelly Drive to just 25 miles an hour.
I've said this on the show before.
25.
It is impossible to go 25 miles an hour. It's not your foot is not positioned right biologically for your foot to be on a pedal and only go 25. It's not possible. I've tried driving through like communities and neighborhoods at 25. I'm doing 32 and I don't even feel like I'm moving.
He did a scientific experiment, ladies and gentlemen, so therefore it's not possible. Nick Kayal said so.
That is correct.
That is ridiculous.
So it's 35 to 25.
Isn't that the road you take in every day?
I don't. Sometimes I do with an alternate route. But are they going to, so you know that these speed cameras are coming there. You know that's what's next.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they've talked about speed cameras.
Is it because it's so windy? Is this because it's so windy and there's people running and walking? And
it's also a money grab, too, because with the speed cameras, we'll be able to identify your license plate, and then you're going to get a ticket in the mail.
Well, look, right now it's a pilot program, so police are saying they will not enforce the lower speed, at least for now.
Yeah. It's shocking. The police will not enforce something in Philadelphia.
Well, because they're too busy, solving all the other stuff that's going on, right?
Yeah.
But you want me to solve the problem?
Yes. Yeah. So we do on this program.
For those of us who've been driving these roads for a long time and we know them like the back of our hands, I think that you should have to do a specific driving test, and only people who've taken the test, I'll pay more, and I'll put like an easy pass thing, I'll pay more, and you get to take that road if you took the test and you can drive it properly.
Okay.
How do you properly drive it?
Hands at 10 and 2?
Yeah,
Head on the
and
swivel.
Like 55 and you know what you're doing, all right? You're a safe driver.
Yeah, come on, let's go. This isn't the first day of camp. Let's go.
And everybody's got to go like 50.
Dawn takes those terms like a Formula One racer.
Okay?
Hey, is that Mario Andretti? No, it's just Dawn Stensland.
You take your foot off the pedal as you enter into the curve. You accelerate out of the curve. Like, you know what I mean? But they could just look, are you a high-quality driver? If you're not, you don't get to take that road.
That's right.
This would never go over.
Dawn going 55. 55 in her MAGA minivan.
Oh, dear. Well, we do. Oh, there's so much other news. I'll just quickly say we've been covering this tragic trial in Montgomery County. The mom, Jennifer Brown, who was found murdered. Her little boy got off the bus stop. Where's mommy? Her body was found 2 weeks later. We do have a guilty verdict in this case. He was found guilty of first-degree murder in the killing of Jennifer Brown. He'll now spend the rest of his life in prison. So that defendant, Blair Watts, as he was leaving the courtroom, said, "I did not kill Jennifer Brown." But the jury felt differently, and there was an immediate sentencing right there. So first-degree murder, spending the rest of his life in jail. So we've got that going on. By the way, Philadelphia City Council is going to vote today on these so-called medical deportations. This is where if a hospital has somebody who's an immigrant, they're sick in the hospital, they don't have any insurance, as of right now, they can actually deport the person to their home country. Wow. And so now Philadelphia City Council is going to vote on this thing as to whether or not the hospital, the medical facility, will be forced to keep that person here.
Who's paying for that?
Who do you think?
If they stay here.
That would be the American taxpayer,
Gotcha.
My friend.
Gotcha.
We the people.
Yes, we pay for it.
Yep.
I know we're going to talk a lot about the House vote that authorized that impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. I know we're going to talk about Hunter Biden, so I'll leave it right there as a headline. Joel Embiid, though, 41 points. We beat him. We beat the I almost said Pistons, like Piston Cup, and anyway, that's a little the Detroit Pistols. So, right?
No, it's the Pistons.
It is the Pistons.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter what you call them. I think they've lost 21 straight games now.
So it was 129 to 111. Sorry.
Yeah, which is almost impossible to do in the NBA, to lose 20 straight games. By the way, our buddy Popovich down in San Antonio, I think he's lost 17 or 18 in a row. I'm not sure if they won last night.
Ouch.
He hasn't won a game since he ridiculed the fans for booing that player we talked about.
It's
Isn't that karma?
Yeah.
Maybe they'll boo him.
So we are sponsored by ECI Comfort this morning. Is the cold weather getting you down? Stay warm with ECI Comfort, your go-to HVAC experts. Upgrade to the reliability of Trane heating systems, keeping you cozy when it matters most. Just call ECI Comfort for your comfort needs or online, ECIComfort.com. The high today, this is the chilly day of the week, just 42 degrees. That's the high, and it'll never feel like that because of the slight breeze this December 14th. The warm-up starts tomorrow. So we are 53 tomorrow. We are 54 for your Saturday. Bright sunny skies. These are mild temperatures moving into the weekend. And then Sunday as well, mild, but rain moving in Sunday afternoon to evening. So you can get in what you want to do outside if you want to Sunday morning. But the afternoon and evening look rainy and raw. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:14 on this Thursday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take this morning, Hunter, the deposition dodger. I just did a Big Take on Monday, centered around Hunter Biden and the POTUS privilege that he has been granted, living as the son of Joe Biden. In that Big Take, we also talked about how he has pivoted to playing the victim card. Yet here we are 3 days later, and it rings true today. I couldn't believe I was having flashbacks to 1995 when yesterday Hunter Biden showed up in Washington, D.C. for his deposition and tried to pull an O.J. Simpson. I guess that would make James Comer and Jim Jordan Marcia Clark. Remember this scene? Listen and watch.
Want to address misrepresentations about you and Nicole? Take a seat in the blue chair and we can have a discussion.
All right, Hunter. So if you want to address misrepresentations about your business and your father's connections to it made by House Republicans, take a seat behind closed doors, buddy, and take part in your deposition. Hunter Biden went to Capitol Hill, but he refused to sit for the deposition. Instead, he held a press conference. As legal analyst Jonathan Turley said, quote, "It is a remarkably bad decision and virtually begs for a contempt sanction." What Hunter Biden did yesterday is the equivalent to O.J. Simpson pleading the fifth, not taking the stand under oath, and answering those questions from Marcia Clark that she had for him, but rather asking Judge Lanzito if he may stand to make a brief statement at the side of his defense counsel, which he actually did, if you recall, as incompetent Judge Lanzito allowed that. Of course, it was O.J.'s right not to testify and self-incriminate, as the Fifth Amendment affords you that opportunity. The difference on Wednesday, though, is that Hunter Biden didn't have that right. Instead, he will now face a contempt charge from Congress. But will Attorney General Merrick Garland show the same speed in pursuing a prosecution like he did for Steve Bannon? You can't snub a subpoena from a congressional committee. That is an act of contempt of Congress in almost everybody's eyes. Here is Hunter Biden, who says, quote, "There is no evidence to suggest my father was financially involved in his business." Listen and watch this clip.
Shameless. There is no evidence to support the allegations that my father was financially involved in my business because it did not happen. James Comer, Jim Jordan, Jason Smith, and their colleagues have distorted the facts by cherry-picking lines from a bank statement, manipulating texts I sent, editing the testimony of my friends and former business partners, and misstating personal information that was stolen from me. There is no fairness or decency in what these Republicans are doing. They have lied over and over about every aspect of my personal and professional life. So much so that their lies have become the false facts believed by too many people.
Calls to hold Hunter in contempt of Congress began almost immediately following the end of that press conference, while others were critics and pointed out to the claims concerning his father's relationship to his business dealing as, quote, goalpost shifting. Well, it didn't take long for House Republicans to act on the deposition dodger himself. Here is Jim Jordan and James Comer on the plan of holding Hunter in contempt. Listen and watch this.
I would just point out that I've had a chance now to review what Hunter Biden said in his press conference, and I think he made an interesting statement. He said his father was not financially involved in the business. And I think that qualifier, the word financially, is important because, once again, it shows another change in this story. First it was no involvement, then no, I never talked to anyone, and then we find out about the dinners, the meetings, the phone calls, and everything else. Now it's he wasn't involved in the business financially. I think that is important. It's one of the reasons we want to talk to Hunter Biden. Second thing I would say is this: in a few hours, I think the House of Representatives is going to pass the impeachment inquiry, and that is an important step. If you talk to any scholars in this, I think we could proceed as we did under Speaker McCarthy, where he announced it. But this is an important step. The impeachment power resides solely with the House of Representatives. If a majority of the House now says we're in an official impeachment inquiry as part of our constitutional duty to do oversight, that carries weight. That's going to help us get these witnesses in. And maybe most importantly, regarding this morning's activities, this is the argument that the White House and Hunter Biden's counsel used to say he shouldn't come. Okay, we disagree. We thought he should have been here. But when we take that vote this afternoon, what's our argument going to be then? We think he should come in. And if he doesn't, we're going to move forward with contempt proceedings. There's a process we have to follow, but we plan to do that.
It is long past time for the GOP to let the country know that nobody is above the law. Not Hunter Biden, not Joe Biden, not any Biden. Prosecute Hunter Biden to the fullest extent of the law. See, Democrats have taken arrogance to a whole different level. In the pandemic, it was rules for thee, but not for me. When it comes to free speech, Republicans and conservatives get censored, but Democrats claim you should pay attention to the context of what they are saying. That being the defense of Ivy League elites when it comes to free speech and their thoughts on the Middle East war and protesting on college campuses. Democrats are more focused on pronouns than they are police. And speaking of police, they will defund police in communities that they serve to pander to their voting base and then use your tax dollars to provide themselves with security to the tune of 6 figures or even 7 figures. They will weaponize the government against their political foes, but cry and claim that they are the victims when the Republican Party holds a little bit of power and has power in Congress and turns the tables on them. They will pull fire alarms, get caught on camera, and deny their intentions. Democrats insult your intelligence on a daily basis. They thumb their nose at you, and they don't care if you call them out for their BS. I used to think it would be best not to stoop to their level, don't play their game, beat them in elections, and deliver policy that gets results. But after the stones of Hunter Biden yesterday to put on that TV production, I say the heck with it. Stoop to their level, fight dirty, and give them a dose of their own medicine. Get Hunter Biden in that deposition, get him on record to contradict himself and perjure himself, and then ship him off to prison to serve his time, where 90% of tax crimes result in convictions, and 2/3 of those times, the average prison sentence is 14 months. I look forward to the Hunter Biden mugshot, if in fact that day ever comes. Take Hunter down, take his father down, and expose the left for what they are, hypocrites and frauds. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of this family, and I'm tired of this administration, and more importantly, I'm tired of the goalpost shifting that always seems to occur when it comes to the Bidens. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big take this morning. If you want to jump in, you can certainly do so. Your thoughts and reactions are always welcomed and encouraged. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210WPHT. And, of course, on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button and be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community. We'll get some thoughts and reaction to Hunter yesterday. The impeachment inquiry into President Biden officially goes through. All Democrats voting against it, but they lose 221 to 212. And also big news with Trump when it comes to the Supreme Court of the United States and their involvement with hearing January 6th matters. We'll get to all of that here in the first hour. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on a Thursday on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
This holiday season, all your wishes are coming true on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. Now, the Eagles are a favorite for Monday night. The spread right now is -3, the money line -196. So if you wager $5, you're only going to get $250 back. However, you'll get the $150 in bonus bets that you can do whatever you want with. You can bet on every game, whatever game you want. You can spreads, player props, over-unders, whatever you want to do. Sign up right now using my promo code Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over. President PA. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Toby from Wendy's. Picture a Baconator. The 6 strips of Applewood smoked bacon, the hot and juicy beef, the pretzel bun. Wait, pretzel bun? A pretzel Baconator. And it's only here for a limited time? And right now you can get $3 off mobile orders of $15 or more with the offer in the Wendy's app? This changes everything. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Pretzel Baconator.
Limited time only. At participating U.S. Wendy's. $15 minimum required before taxes and fees. Account registration required.
Hi, this is Joe Meterchick, PNC Bank Regional President. As a Main Street bank, PNC strives to put our clients and the communities we serve at the center of everything we do. Our local leadership teams provide the knowledge needed to be able to deliver effective strategic solutions tailored for your business. We're proud to be part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey communities. See how we can make a difference for your business at pnc.com/CIB. The PNC Financial Services Group, Inc., all rights reserved.
Headed to the National Appliance Warehouse for your new kitchen appliances?
I know big box stores have low prices, but what about service?
It's great. Their cutting-edge team of professionals will answer all of your questions. They'll even suggest what to ask. They do it all, including their own delivery and custom installation teams, plus 0% extended financing.
Wow.
I know, and you can shop over 100 brands in their 15,000 square foot showroom. That's 6 times the amount of space the average home improvement store devotes to appliances.
Okay, so better service, selection, and prices, right?
Always. National Appliance Warehouse Price Assures scans prices online and updates electronic tags in real time to confirm theirs are the lowest.
It's the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 36% on select GE appliances. They have an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Innovative and inspiring, you'll love GE appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
Odyssey's I'm Listening is our commitment to more mental health conversations. Adele talks about what she does to keep her anxiety under control.
I work out to really hone all my energy and to make sure that it's not coming out sideways. If I'm ever in a situation where I don't want to do something, then I just won't do it anymore because the repercussions of that will be my anxiety.
Talk saves lives. For more mental health conversations, visit imlistening.org.
Sponsored by the 988 Lifeline and the Philadelphia Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services.
Too many people are experiencing suicidal crisis or mental health-related distress without support. But there is hope. The 988 Lifeline helps people who are struggling to overcome mental health-related issues. It's okay to not be okay. The Philadelphia Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services is here for you. If you or someone you know is experiencing a mental health crisis, call 988 for support. Trained crisis counselors are standing by. That's 988.
Hey Philly, it's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey Harley, what's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years?
What?
And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh right, it's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation, today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. If you get a new tablet or cell phone this year, recycle your old one, either by donation or an e-waste program. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Don Stensland weekdays 10 till noon. Dom's here down on noon till 3. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Calling through the
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, 628. It is a Thursday morning here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg with you. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. You can stream us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube if you prefer the visual aspect of the broadcast festivities. So a lot of stuff to get to here in the first hour or so, a lot of the heavy-hitting stuff. And I think it'll get more interesting, and I think it's juicier as we move along. I'm not overly enthused about the Joe Biden impeachment inquiry because I don't think it will go anywhere, and everybody voted on partisan lines. We'll get to that in just a moment. I do think the Supreme Court situation with Donald Trump and January 6 cases is fascinating as far as that March 4th court date that they had envisioned. I don't think that's going to happen. But let's start with Hunter Biden yesterday. Dawn, I know this came down, I believe, during your time slot. So your thoughts and reactions, because I know, if I recall correctly, Steve Bannon tried to do something similar to this, and I believe he got handcuffed. I believe Bannon was ultimately cuffed for trying to essentially pull off the same stunt. And to me, and I there's other pieces of audio out there from that press conference of Hunter where he said something to the effect of, and I'm paraphrasing here, House Republicans, you've wanted me to show up. Well, here I am. Well, dude, you doing a press conference out on Capitol Hill is not showing up and adhering to what you were essentially ordered to do, and that is go behind closed doors, sit down for a deposition, and if you've got nothing to hide, if you think this is a witch hunt or however you want to characterize it, then sit down and talk. Because I also, if I recall correctly, wasn't it Donald Trump Jr., or maybe it's Trump Jr. and Eric, a combined, they were, 5 total times they were deposed? I don't recall them skipping out on depositions when they were forced to go in and speak. But Hunter Biden can show up and just do a press conference like he's some big celebrity and then thumb his nose at the law. I've never seen anything like that. So I would like to see equal justice as we move down the road here. I believe Bannon got cuffed for something similar to this. Hunter got to go home on his little motorcade in his black SUV.
Well, Bannon, for Bannon, he and as well as others are still fighting this because they are in contempt. But the big one who everybody's talking about, I think, is Jim Jordan defied that subpoena.
Oh.
And so, but they have to choose whether or not it's for Congress. They get to choose whether or not they're going to enforce it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that with Hunter Biden, I think that, okay, if I'm just going to, this is now like, it's almost like sports sidelines and we're predicting what's going to happen. He could have just walked in and pleaded the fifth.
Yes.
I take the fifth,
yes,
right?
I would have presumed you could absolutely do that in that congressional setting.
So I suspect that he wanted to make that stand and, make that grand statement and huff away.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that with the contempt of, the contempt charges of defying the subpoena, I think that he'll come back and he'll just plead the fifth.
Yeah. And that's probably what he will do, and that's obviously his right to do so. I just thought it was a total facade yesterday. He just kind of thumbed his nose at everybody, and then he puts on like the performance of, well, here I am. It's like somebody challenging you to a fight. You show up to the fight, but you never actually get into the fight. Here I am. Let's go. Well, I'm not going to throw any punches, but here I am. That was like the takeaway I had from yesterday with that, which you heard Jim Jordan in the big take then talking about how they were close, and this was probably around 3 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday, that they are close to getting the impeachment inquiry official. And, of course, that comes down, I believe this was around 5 o'clock or so yesterday afternoon, as the House votes to open the impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. The voting goes as you would have predicted, 221 to 212, all Republicans voting in favor and all 212 Democrats voting against. That is absolutely not a surprise at all. But what I do find a bit surprising, and maybe it's because his polling numbers are so bad, and we know Joe has been polling around 40% approval rating. There's a new NPR PBS Marist poll that came out yesterday where 49% of U.S. adults say they would support the House of Representatives officially launching the impeachment inquiry into Biden, with nearly a quarter of Democrats saying they would back such a move. I think this is significant because now you are seeing and I get it, it's one poll, it's a small sample size. Half of Americans are like, okay, like life under Joe Biden really stinks right now. Something doesn't add up here, especially, and this is we always talk about the word optics, right? Americans are struggling financially, paycheck to paycheck. Yet here's the Biden family lining their pockets in the years of 16, 17, 18, and 19, basically during the Trump years. So that doesn't sit well, right? Like, I think if Americans were flourishing, and we all know that politicians, they walk in with a net worth of $210, they walk out with a net worth of $21 million. How'd they do that on a government salary, right? Like, I think we don't care as much if we are well off financially. But when the average common folk out there is struggling, and then they see these stories about Hunter and Joe and $400,000 and $40,000 and 10% here and $4.9 million there, that's why I think you're seeing 49% of U.S. adults and 25% of Democrats saying, okay, yeah, go ahead with this impeachment inquiry. Let's see what's going on here for real.
A couple of things on the House vote, because you talked about the vote. Remember yesterday we talked about the fact that one Republican, Ken Buck from Colorado, Colorado obviously more liberal, he initially had said he would not vote for that impeachment inquiry. He later said the reason he voted for it was because of Hunter Biden in their face.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that could say that he didn't think Hunter Biden had a good performance. I will be curious to see how the public reacts to Hunter Biden, because I swear it's like a Kim Kardashian effect. The fact that you know all of his drama, you've seen him naked, you've seen him with all that, there's something to that I just wonder how this will play out, because in truth, Hunter Biden, I thought his performance, if it's just a performance, was a good one.
You think so?
As far as a performance, I'm not.
Okay, so removing your personal
removing my personal feelings,
just judging the production.
Yeah, just judging his delivery of it, what he said. I thought that he was an effective speaker. He was a sympathetic figure.
I was just going to ask you, do you think Americans out there are sympathizing with this guy?
I do.
Wow.
I think those MSNBC, I'm trying to think outside of us, outside of my logical, the way that I think, because obviously he's trying to be a ringmaster and make it a circus and make it something else. But for that MSNBC viewer, let's say, or even the CNN viewer, and they see him going, this is my, I've had this addiction, and this is shameful, and they've gone after this and that. I think he's a very sympathetic individual. I do.
Yeah. I just, when you look at, and I know there's the human element of the drug addiction, and, we all know, so what's the old adage? We all know somebody that's got some sort of addiction to some sort of vice. Like, I get all of that. But it's, the not paying $1.4 million in taxes. It is not paying your child support. It is not acknowledging the Navy Jean Roberts, I believe, for the little 4-year-old girl. Then you talk about using the Biden brand name, influence peddling for your dad. Then it's the lying every step of the way. I don't know, and maybe I'm just too cold-hearted, and that could very well be the case. I don't think all of that can be just thrown under the umbrella of, well, he's an addict. Oh, like, was he banged up on coke when he was with Russian Ukrainian business partners in Burisma, when he was doing private business dealings with Chinese energy officials? Like, you can only take the I'm a drug addict addiction so far, because I'm assuming he was sober and he was conducting business and he was relatively with it. He wasn't like, he is in some of these pictures where he's got 2 or 3 women with him and he's got crack pipes all over the coffee table and he's naked. Like, I almost want to separate that human element. Like, okay, dude, I wish you the best. I don't want to see anybody have to live like that. But the rest of it, there is no excuse for it. To me, it's bribery, it's corruption, and we've seen it unfold piece by piece here. If you follow the money and you follow the facts, I don't think a logical human being can sit here and say something doesn't smell right here.
Yeah, and what the media needs to come out and do, and what Republicans have to do, is come out and remind people that wow, he's a poster child of I guess addicts, because the guy's worth, according to ABC News, a net worth of $230 million. Makes $20 million a year. You know what I mean? So this is somebody who, that's how I think they have to come back.
Yeah.
To your point, to say, put that in perspective.
With the whole addict thing, I do agree with Dawn that it does look sympathetic to some people because of the addiction angle of it. I think where people are a little suspect is, yes, most people know somebody who is some sort of an addict or it's affected their lives in some way. 99% of people don't know an addict who has a rich and powerful father that can bail them out and save their butt every time that they mess up.
Yes.
So I think that's where this kind of people look at this was like, yeah, I sympathize with the addiction thing, but you know what? His daddy was there to bail him out whenever he needed it, and this person, was lying dead in a gutter and didn't have that same support system that Hunter Biden did. So I think there's going to be a lot of, I'm not going to say jealousy because that's a really bad word, but people are going to see that and be like, nah, he's still using his quote unquote white privilege.
Yeah. And I was just going to say that it is very difficult to fight against the narrative and the overused phrase of white privilege when guys like Hunter Biden keep getting off and keep skating by the whole, let's be honest. And that's why when I framed the big take on Monday, I called it POTUS privilege. Like when your daddy's Joe Biden, all of a sudden, boy, you get a lot of leniency, don't you? You get, how many mulligans has this guy had in his life, right? But to your point of the one drug addict who ends up dying in a gutter, that guy didn't have a second shot. Hunter Biden, how many opportunities has this guy had? I mean, he's 53 years old, and they still coddle him like he's a 16-year-old in the juvenile detention facility. I mean, give me a break.
Let's play some of the audio. I was going to do it for the cut sheet, but we might as well do it early here since we're talking about it now. I'm going to go to cut 4 here, guys. This is, I think you may have played this earlier, but let's play it again about MAGA Republicans impugned my character and invaded my privacy. Cut 4, guys. Go.
For 6 years, MAGA Republicans, including members of the House committees who are in a closed-door session right now, have impugned my character, invaded my privacy, attacked my wife, my children, my family, and my friends. They have ridiculed my struggle with addiction, they have belittled my recovery, and they have tried to dehumanize me, all to embarrass and damage my father, who has devoted his entire public life to service.
I would say you've embarrassed yourself and you've embarrassed your family. And as far as the privacy goes, remember, we never see any of these images or any of these details if it's not for the laptop from hell being released to the public and this stuff coming out. And keep in mind, when that laptop was dropped off at John Isaac Mack? I forget what the 3 word. I forget. But basically, he never came back to pick up the laptop, which then means it becomes property of the laptop repair shop. And so then all of a sudden, yes, this stuff does come out. And look, if you don't want all of your dirty laundry being aired, I wouldn't suggest storing all of this on a laptop. Hunter Biden is his own worst enemy. And then when he talks about his father being under attack, that's what your father signed up for. I mean, don't tell me about being under attack. Like Trump and his family, and I'm not an apologist for Trump's kids or anything like that, but they've been under attack since the day he walked down the golden escalator. So now all of a sudden you don't like it. And what did I say yesterday? They don't like it when the rabbit holds the gun, do they? So it's like you can go after Trump because he's the outsider. And then all of a sudden, Republicans win back the House. This is why elections matter, results matter. And without winning back the House, a lot of this doesn't come to light today.
Cut 5 here. This is what everybody's, the words that everybody's parsing, because it does seem that the narrative between Hunter and Joe has changed. Yesterday he said my father was not financially involved in my business. Cut 5, guys, go.
And in the depths of my addiction, I was extremely irresponsible with my finances. But to suggest that is grounds for an impeachment inquiry is beyond the absurd. It's shameless. There is no evidence to support the allegations that my father was financially involved in my business because it did not happen.
So clearly the obvious point here, and I think Jordan and Comer have both brought this up, is with whatever he's reading prepared there from attorneys, they've slipped in that word financially involved. That's the key component there, that they are now kind of trying to slowly and subtly shift the goalpost here. And also, this is about Hunter Biden. This is not specifically about the impeachment inquiry with Joe. Remember, Hunter Biden is facing that second charge in California for tax crimes. He didn't pay taxes on $1.4 million.
But he didn't. The thing about that, and that's why he can say, I have to plead the fifth because of the California situation. But the reason that the California case is fascinating to me, he didn't lie. Like a lot of people try to cheat.
Mm-hmm.
He bluntly said, yep, strippers, write it off.
Yeah.
Hookers, write it off. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like he just put it all out there
Mhm.
and said, basically, I guess that's his therapy or whatever.
Yeah.
It's his business expense.
He created his little ledger.
He did.
It was like Al Capone when he had the ledger. Where you don't got the bookkeeper, you ain't got the ledger. We've got it all right here.
But I mean, Al Capone was trying to money launder and hide the money.
Yes.
In the California Hunter Biden case.
He just blew it.
He's just saying, yeah, so
70 grand for
hey,
veneers.
Yeah. You should be able to write off your teeth. Bernie Sanders would agree maybe, but you should be able to write off your strippers. You should be able to write off your fill in the blank.
Mm-hmm.
And so the IRS is, no, you can't count those things. So
$872,000 on prostitutes. That is Hunter Biden was getting a lot of action. You know, I mean, $872,000. You better be ready to go for a while, pal.
I mean, just look at those videos. He had 2-3 women at a time. I mean, God bless him.
But that's what I'm saying.
That was like Ron Jeremy.
But seriously, this is, to me, what you're saying right now, this is what people are talking about. And it's that, remember, that this is how Kim Kardashian, because of that sex tape, and remember she went on Letterman back in the day? So this is what made her famous.
Mm-hmm.
So there is some primitive thing to this where you've seen him naked. You've seen him in these positions with people. You know all of his business. I feel that he is a very sympathetic figure. And I will tell you that a relative of mine who likes Joe Biden and now can't stand him because of the economy and his policies, but said, you know what, isn't this terrible? This president right now would throw his own son under the bus.
Yep.
Like this person was turning and being sympathetic to is sympathetic to the son because he's saying this son is going to get thrown under the bus for his politically corrupt father.
Yep.
And I just thought, wow, that's a fascinating thing that I never thought of.
It really is.
One more, and then we have to break. Hunter Biden said that Republicans have taken the light of my dad's love for me and presented it as darkness. This is cut 6, guys. Go.
There is no fairness or decency in what these Republicans are doing. They have lied over and over about every aspect of my personal and professional life. So much so that their lies have become the false facts believed by too many people. No matter how many times it is debunked, they continue to insist that my father's support of Ukraine against Russia is the result of a non-existent bribe. They displayed naked photos of me during an oversight hearing. And they have taken the light of my dad's love, for me, and presented it as darkness. They have no shame.
And the nominees for Academy Award go to, boy, I wonder if he had the pauses in there in the script, because we know Joe typically will read the word pause out.
By the way, him talking through his fake teeth is just amazing.
I was just going to does he have a lisp?
No. He has veneers. He has
I know that,
fake teeth.
But I didn't know if maybe like the years of all the drugs have created like this like lisp to him.
No, the years of all the drugs effed up his teeth.
Oh, I know that. I remember seeing the pictures of the teeth, like his natural teeth. They were just like little chiclets from all the drugs.
So now he has those fake teeth, and he talks like this through them.
Yeah. By the way, is it me or does he actually sound like a younger Joe?
Exactly like him.
Yeah. I keep
100%
picturing and hearing 1995 Joe.
Yeah. Yep. 110% sounds exactly like his father.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
All right. 855-839-1210, the number. We'll come back. The Supreme Court takes up a January 6th case that very well could affect the Trump prosecution. Those details on the way. But I got to tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. We're not talking trucks today. We're not talking 17 brands, 35 locations. We'll get back to that shortly. But the holiday season is a great time to give back. And the Piazza Auto Group is doing just that through December 15th. So you have until, I would assume, the end of business tomorrow, Friday, December 15th. Piazza collecting new and unwrapped toys in partnership with the Salvation Army. If you are in the giving mood this year and you would like to donate to a child in need, visit your local Piazza dealership and drop off a toy in their donation bin. And, of course, the Piazza staff will be there and will be happy to assist you with any of your automotive needs during your visit, should they arise. For more information, go to piazzaautogroup.com, and they thank you for your support and wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy Holiday.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free Barely There naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a Barely There feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. If you have a property at the shore, have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
You should live without boundaries and no fear of missing out. Be fulfilled in everything you do. How you feel tomorrow starts today. With proactive steps to be well, take time for you. Be proactive. Maintaining total health and wellness includes staying up to date on preventative immunizations so you can be your best self every day. Talk to your doctor about which vaccines are right for you.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Hey, neighbor, what you up to?
Just getting the groundwork done to put in my new patio.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One Call system to check for underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here.
Whoa, hey, man, are you okay?
Hey, did you guys lose power too? Love that new hair color, Bill.
Yeah, your hair's totally white now.
Maybe I should contact Pennsylvania One Call.
Well, that's the smartest thing you've said all day.
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
The life of an Eagles fan is a wild ride. Some years we triumph. Some years we don't. What never changes year after year is how we get to the game, shoulder to shoulder with our fellow fans on SEPTA. And this season, fans ride home free from NRG Station on the Broad Street line thanks to Unibet, an official casino and sportsbook partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. Plan your trip to the game and learn more about free rides home, sponsored by Unibet at iseptaphilly.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company 653. Good to have all of you in on this Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. We will get to the Donald Trump January 6th SCOTUS conversation coming up after Dawn's news in the 7 o'clock hour. But a couple of comments, just want to read these on social media. from some good tweeters that always check in regarding Hunter Biden. Hasn't been sober, says Hunter Biden. Hasn't been sober, says, when he said he was mocked as an artist, I laughed out loud. Because you talked about some of the finances and the things that Hunter Biden has done to generate income. And then he did bring up the fact that he's an artist. I love that one. MAGA Man says, in regards to Hunter Biden, his whole act proved to me he's as good of a liar as his father. Joe Biden could have stopped this problem any time since he was VP, but he didn't because he's complicit. So, interesting comments there from MAGA Man. All right, coming up to kick off the 7 o'clock hour, we'll have some news from Dawn, and then we'll get to the Trump story. And then also we have to get to these two stories. A Boston mayor, this is a great story. Asian lady who's married to a white man decided to host a holiday party for those who are elected, and she decided to exclude all white people. And people found out about it, and then, of course, here comes the mea culpa. My bad. My apologies. We'll get to that story as we continue. Also, a loaded cut sheet coming up at 7:45. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, it's that time of year again. Time to scramble around making sure you have all the right gifts for everybody on your list. I've told you I found whatacrock.com and had the idea of sending some of the meals from What a Crock to friends and family members who could use some delicious dinners without any prep, mess, or stress. And this is a huge hit. Last night, I will tell you, What a Crock saved me again. So much going on with the kids and activity, and I'm signed up for all these different things. Because this time of year, you're so busy, right? And I put in, it was the vegetarian bean chili, and stuck it in there, dropped it in the slow cooker. And when we came home in the evening, it was simmering. The kitchen just smelled so good. And at first I said, what, there's no meat in this chili? I said, just taste it. It was perfect. Everybody loved it, raved about it. I'm telling you, What a Crock is a lifesaver, especially this time of year, all right? You drop it in the slow cooker, and you're good to go. There's no prep. The cleanup is so easy. You're one and done. Whatacrock.com, huge meal menu, by the way. 50 meals to choose from. And they also have really cool appetizers as well. There's no subscription, no commitment required, by the way. And they even have digital gift cards. This is a great idea, too, because they're instantly delivered via email for those people on your list if you need some great gifts in a pinch. Like for teachers this time of year, maybe some coworkers. Make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. You get $10 off your order, whatacrock.com, code WPHT, $10 off, and that excludes the gift cards, I will say. Make sure you check them out, whatacrock.com. What a great idea. What a lifesaver. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Is not a law firm. This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-384-7878. That's 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey Philly, it's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey Harley, what's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years?
What?
And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh right, it's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation, today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
Hey, it's the holiday season, and we all know what that means. In addition to presents under the tree, it's time to use those FSA and HSA benefits we've been accruing all year. I'm Dom Giordano, and if your benefits are still available, now's a great time to reach out to my good friend, Dr. Robert Bentz from the Bentz Dental Group to set up your appointment for a consultation. You know how much I admire Dr. Bentz and his quality work, attention to detail, and investment in the overall health of his patients. Dr. Bentz is a board-certified prosthodontist, was recently appointed to the board of the American College of Prosthodontics. So if you're considering dental implants, reconstruction, or any dental or prosthodontic needs, call Bentz Dental Group today to schedule an appointment with Dr. Bentz, and don't let 2023 end without taking advantage of those FSA and HSA benefits. Call or visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call them at 610-272-6949. That's 610-272-6949.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Who's gonna tell you when it's too late?
Kayal and Company, welcome back in. Never too late to download the Odyssey app or hit the subscribe and like buttons on YouTube as we continue hour 2 on this Thursday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. What's on the cut sheet coming up? 7:45 this morning. Going to be a very, very good cut sheet. Also, we got to get to Donald Trump and SCOTUS in regards to J6. Very interesting developments yesterday. And I don't even know, first of all, I don't think that this case is going to begin by March 4th. That's number one. And number two, I think there's a decent chance that the Supreme Court is going to toss a couple of these cases if, in fact, we get to that point. So we'll get to those details and why it matters coming up in just a few minutes. But we've got news, lots of it. Round number 2, 7:02, the great Dawn Stenzel.
And good morning this Thursday morning, December 14th, 30 chilly degrees, the coldest day of the week. I'll tell you when the warm-up begins. We're sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. We've been talking this morning about the SEPTA police strike. Yes, SEPTA's police officers, members of the Fraternal Order of Transit Police Lodge 109, have indeed voted to go on strike. They voted last night, turned in all their gear. That is official. The sticking point here is whether it's a 2-year contract or a 3-year contract. Both sides are set to meet today. There are many who are hopeful they can bring this together because, of course, moving into the weekend, warmer weather, high crime, and just yesterday's stabbing, for example, on the 69th Street station there. So many concerned commuters this morning.
Yeah, I am always in favor of the 3-year contract as opposed to the 2-year contract. I will just say that.
Yeah, and SEPTA, by the way, to your point, has said, and that was a person, Greg is like, oh.
I was hoping somebody heard that one.
If you're watching on YouTube, like you saw, Greg, like shaking hands. But that's the point. SEPTA is saying it is a 3-year deal.
Yep.
And the union is saying, no, not really. There's some wiggle room for that 3rd year. We want a solid 3-year commitment.
I mean, you've got to imagine that SEPTA and these people fighting for that additional year, they have the leverage here, right? They have the power with all the crime that's going on. And now with this, stoppage, security is even going to be stretched and stressed out even further. So I think they're going to get what they want.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, we're following it. They're meeting mid-morning. As of right now, there are backups. In other words, Philadelphia police, they have some emergency management coming in, and then they've hired private security to cover these shifts. But albeit the city admits that, in fact, everybody that they've brought in as the backup now will be working. They're short-staffed, and they're all working these 12-plus hour shifts.
Yeah, the backups are never as good as the starters, right? Like, a little sports analogy here. Does anybody want to see Marcus Mariota come out? No, stay on the bench. And if Jalen Hurts is like, you really want to go to the backup, or are you going to pay me? You're going to pay me probably.
We've talked a lot about the Montgomery County case, a guilty verdict for the man accused in the murder of a Montgomery County mom, Jennifer Brown. So now that case, he was immediately sentenced to life behind bars. In Bucks County, in the suburbs of Bucks County, Pennsylvania, the SPCA has actually charged a man with 2 counts of aggravated cruelty to animals after 2 cats were shot, one fatally shot. This is a follow-up to a story that we had talked about. They had put out a reward, and in fact, they received a tip in response to that reward offer. So officials have identified that suspect as Shawan Lakins of Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania, as the suspected shooter. After receiving that tip, they investigated. They actually had video footage depicting a man in a trench coat who appeared to be concealing something. And then officials say you can actually hear the sound of the possible gunshots before seeing a black and white cat run away from that scene. The white cat named Tootsie was shot and killed during this incident. This is somebody's pet.
Oh, poor Tootsie.
I know, Tootsie. So, and the black cat named Jackie was also shot but survived, ran away, and that was the one that had the damaged eye. Shot the cat right in the close range in the eye.
Which led Joe Biden to say, "Where's Jackie?"
Stop.
Sorry.
So we've got that going, and that this has gone viral because it was there's something about with animals and cats and dogs, and we report on this, but they did get some tips, and so they said that they put out the number. Anybody who ever suspects somebody abusing animals in Bucks County or beyond, you can always call. They have cruelty tip lines and very strict laws against animal cruelty in Pennsylvania that, by the way, have been tightened up. Going viral, what everybody's talking about for sure is this new speed limit going into effect. Kelly Drive used to be 35 miles an hour. Nobody went 35. Well, now the speed limit is 25 miles an hour. No confirmation that they're going to, for example, they're saying police are not going to ticket you. It's a pilot program. They're seeing if it will make Kelly Drive safer. But will red light cameras be coming to Kelly Drive and Lincoln Drive? Kelly Drive and Lincoln Drive. We know there are proposals. There's a push to do just that.
Make Kelly Drive safe again. I can see the hashtag now.
We've talked a lot about theft, these armed robberies and armed burglaries. And this time of year, they're especially in the suburbs, whether it's South Jersey, whether it's in our area and across the country. This time of year, those armed burglaries, because it's the holiday season, they know people might be traveling or they might have a lot of gifts and valuables in the home. As far as this goes, there's word that, in fact, federal agents raided a Philadelphia pawn shop in connection to this nationwide theft ring. So these boxes, federal agents going in and removing box upon box from a South Street pawn shop. And this was going on yesterday. Now, reportedly, the raid is part of a multi-million-dollar retail theft ring that has stretched across the country. And these federal agents were actually with Homeland Security. And this is Society Hill Loan. That's a pawn shop that is, if you know this area, has been a fixture at 7th and South Streets. And it went through the afternoon, through the evening, as they were even using power tools going through and then getting all of these boxes of stuff out of this huge iconic pawn shop, if you will. The law enforcement sources are saying that the items stolen are stolen from areas from Delaware, Pennsylvania, and beyond.
Yeah, I actually read a story yesterday. I was on Fox Business's website with the Fox Business channel. Now, they said remove the cost of these goods because of, everything has gone up in price, not just in the last couple of years, but, over the course of 30, 40, 50 years. They said the level of theft that is going on in this country right now is at a 52-year high. I mean, that is, in 2023, we're talking about going back, probably to the late 60s, early 70s, where it wasn't, the theft in this country. I think they were classifying it as retail theft, though.
Well, but to your point, some of this is retail theft. And so the imagery is, it's a tough economy, and some people who need something at Rite Aid, they're just going in and taking what they need. And that was what people maybe had assumed.
Yeah.
What you garner from these authorities is that, in fact, these are theft rings. So they're taking advantage of what's happening in the nation with these companies not prosecuting, and they're actually selling the stuff using pawn shops and other areas. They're selling the stuff on eBay.
Yep. Facebook Market,
right?
All these other apps that have everything.
And making a fortune.
Yeah, all these digital yard sales, basically.
So why is it a federal charge, right? Because it's, what's it called? Intrastate?
Yep. Interstate commerce.
Right? Because now you're putting it out there on the internet. And so now these become federal crimes. And what do we know about the federal system? So that would circumvent a Larry Krasner type. So
we need less Larry Krasner types, if you know what I mean.
And within the federal system, once you go to a federal jail, prison, there's no double time or gain time.
Right.
Because if they sentence you to whatever mandatory minimum of 10 years, that's what you're going to serve in any event. So I just wanted to go through that one. Another story that is, we have Philadelphia City Council always meets on Thursday. So I do want to mention this medical issue of, and this is huge in the nation. So this is being watched nationally. Philadelphia City Council, how will they vote on this? Because we are a sanctuary city. And so the idea here is that if somebody who's in the country illegally and they are in a hospital and they're receiving care, very expensive, don't have insurance, the medical facility can actually then deport the individual, can actually call their home country and get them, flown to their home country. Philadelphia City Council will vote today to decide, will they do that? Because they're saying the person's sick or perhaps unconscious, not able to speak for themselves. And so will Philadelphia City Council enforce the so-called sanctuary city where we all pay for their medical care?
Always comes from our pockets, doesn't it?
So that's an important one to watch. The Senate, by the way, passed an $886 billion defense policy bill, which could provide the largest raise for U.S. service members in more than 20 years. It's sweeping legislation authorizing a 5.2% pay raise for members of our United States military, and that includes better benefits. So I want to headline that one for you. And this big Tesla recall, Tesla, nearly all 2 million of its vehicles on United States roads, they're recalling this for an important autopilot update.
Oh, so the car drives itself isn't safe, is it? Didn't I just say that last week when we talked about this? I said there's no chance I will ever let a computer drive me. I will drive myself. I don't even like when other people drive me. I'm not letting artificial intelligence and robots drive me.
You sound like our parents in the late 1980s. We're like, we're not gonna get that internet's in our house. We don't need any of that technology here.
Yeah, we're doing just fine. And like it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nick Kayal,
old man,
he's an old soul.
Yep.
That's what that is, right?
I enjoy driving. I enjoy driving my truck. I don't need the computer to shift it around for me.
Well, this was nearly 1,000 crashes, and this is blamed. So now Tesla has agreed to this important software update.
Man.
So you bring it in, you get the updates.
Boy, between X and Tesla, Elon is
ouch.
Elon's not doing too well.
No, he's not. Elon's not having a good stretch in the last year and a half, I would say.
Interesting.
Can I tell you something? He's going to be just fine.
Yeah.
If you just even have $1 billion, I mean, come on.
Yeah. Trying to find my Elon must drop. I don't know where it went. Anyway.
Well, you look for your Elon mustard drop.
Yes.
We will think maybe you need a Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon Day, so you can find that. They are our sponsor. Thank you, Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Really the secret to finishing your holiday shopping. 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City, at the Lowe's Hotel. Just visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards, of course, are always available, josephanthony.com. The forecast today, it's a chilly one. We're still at 30 degrees, clear skies. This is the chilliest day of the week. The high just 42 degrees, but it won't feel like that with the wind chill. Bit breezy today. But that warm-up starts tomorrow, so really mid-50s tomorrow and Saturday, 54-ish, sunny skies. The warmth continues through Sunday morning. However, the change-up happens Sunday afternoon into evening with rain, kind of rainy, raw for your Sunday afternoon, evening. But overall, a beautiful Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And I will remind you, we're going to be in Old City tomorrow for the Families Back the Badge event. The Mummers are going to come by, a lot of celebrities, and we'll be there tomorrow afternoon. It's going to be absolutely gorgeous to come out. And please do come out, 2nd and Market Streets.
Yeah, and if you can't make it, you can donate to GregStockerSucks.com.
That's right.
GregStockerSucks.com. All the money goes to the families behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
I'm getting there tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
Beautiful.
Bright and early.
Me too. Dawn will be there at 6:30, and we'll be gone.
No, I'm planning on 4.
Yeah, sure.
Dawn, if you don't show up at 4 o'clock, here's what Elon Musk would tell you.
Go yourself.
I found the drop.
Woo! That's Kayal Company News Live.
There we go. All right, coming up next, Donald Trump, SCOTUS, and January 6th, why March 4th is a pipe dream. We'll give you the details as we continue. Kayal Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This holiday season, all your wishes are coming true on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. I've been saying all week, the Eagles are the favorites, so the money line is minus 196, which means you bet $5, you only get $250 back. But you get $150 in bonus bets for you to do it with whatever you want to. Why is this singing? I don't know. That's $150 in bonus bets if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. I love the FanDuel app. It's so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and so much more. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over. President PA. First online, real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms on sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics right now. Make 2024 the year you're back to living a normal life again. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. These are all natural treatments that repair and restore that damaged tissue, giving you pain-free movement again. How does that sound? QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients around the nation, people who who had knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, but were able to get lasting relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. The future of medicine is here. Regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. Make the call now so you can get the most out of 2024 and get back to doing what you love. Don't forget, you can use your HSA and FSA funds. QC Kinetics. Call them today, 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. 999-3000.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 720. This segment brought to you by Wawa. Whatever hoagie you prefer, Wawa hoagies are made just for you. Now you can get your favorite classic hoagie just the way you like for only $6. Gotta have a Wawa. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up in 25 minutes. A crazy story from the Boston mayor coming up in about 15 minutes. But let's get to what developed yesterday on the Donald Trump front when it comes to January 6th and the Supreme Court of the United States. This headline coming out yesterday, Supreme Court takes up January 6th case that may affect the Trump prosecution. This is a good breakdown from Axios, if you want to read this, as they will now, the Supreme Court of the United States will take up a case from January 6th that could very well have an impact on Donald Trump. So the Supreme Court on Wednesday has agreed to hear an appeal brought by a man that was charged with obstructing an official proceeding for participating in the January 6th Capitol riot. So why does this matter for Donald Trump? Well, the case before the high court has implications for Trump, who has received the same charge in his 2020 election interference case. The court's decision to weigh in on the matter could threaten the March 4th start date for Trump's election interference trial, as it may take months for the justices to hear oral arguments and issue a ruling on the case. How the court rules could also upend cases for hundreds of other January 6th defendants. So if you kind of forgot a few of the names, Axios brings up this appeal from Joseph Fisher, who is a patrolman from the North Cornwall Township Police Department. Now, he was charged with obstructing an official proceeding for entering the Capitol on the day that Congress met to certify Biden's victory in the 2020 election. Fisher was also charged with assaulting, resisting, or impeding officers, entering a restricted building without authority, violent entry, and disorderly conduct on Capitol ground. Two other January 6 defendants were charged with obstructing an official proceeding, brought similar legal challenges over this charge. Now, a couple of other things that matter here. The big picture, as Axios lays this out, more than 300 people have been charged with obstructing an official proceeding for January 6th. Now, it's unclear if Clarence Thomas, Supreme Court Justice, will recuse himself from this case. He has done so with other January 6th cases. And why it matters is this would be the first time that the High Court would have weighed in on part of the legal proceedings involving the former president and the Republican presidential frontrunner. So if you think about this, and just to kind of boil it down to simplistic terms, you have the Democrats who claim to be the party that are so concerned with the sanctity of our democratic process, right? Democracy is at stake here. Yet here they are trying to rush through the legal process. They're trying to speed it up and expedite it so they can put their chief political rival in prison, convict him of a felony before an election, and boost their chances of winning re-election. Now, think about where we are right now with the calendar. It's December 14th. Nothing's happening for the next 17 or 18 days. Everybody's checked out. Everybody's mailed it in. They won't get back in there until at least January 2nd, which I believe is a Tuesday after the new year. Do we really think that this case is going to start on March 4th? I mean, think about just from a jury selection process.
I do.
You do?
I think it's maybe not March 4th.
Okay.
But I think at the latest, April.
At the latest, April.
Yeah.
The judge in the case already said, based on the fact that SCOTUS took it, the judge has said that they're going to everything's off until, and I don't know that Jack Smith really expected that, the prosecutor. So the judge has said, let's just wait for SCOTUS. So SCOTUS.
And they might wipe out 2 of these 4 cases here that are going to rise up to the Supreme Court. So if they wipe those out, that's a big boost to Trump, because if the common folk is getting this tossed out, so to speak, again, it's the same exact charge for Trump. So now, look, as far as jury selection goes, I don't think it's going to be very favorable for him in Washington, D.C., of all places. I think the Mar-a-Lago case with classified documents, when we talk about venue, is far more favorable for Trump, because Florida, you're more likely to find more Trump supporters amongst your peers in Florida than you probably are Washington, D.C. I just can't see March 4th. I mean, they're going to get all of this done in 6 weeks. And think about how slow this process typically goes. Paperwork and appeals. The court process is very, very slow. I mean, Greg, you're saying April.
I really believe that they're going to do everything that they possibly can to get this through as fast as they can. They do not want to push this into the summer or what.
Do you mean the Supreme Court? Or
no,
who do you mean by they?
You're talking about Jack Smith and Merrick Garland?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Jack Smith has no choice at this point, because Jack Smith's the judge in that case. That's what I'm saying, is saying everything relies on SCOTUS. So SCOTUS has, the Supreme Court said they will agree to expedite it, but what does that look like? Even expedited. And so nothing's going to happen. It's all frozen until the Supreme Court rules on this thing.
Right, and you're referring to, as far as the pause, what Chutkin said. Here is the statement from Trump's campaign on the pause of the D.C. January 6th case. Trump's team putting out a official release yesterday. Judge Chutkin has granted President Trump's motion to stay proceedings pending the resolution of the appeal on President Trump's immunity for doing his job as president and protecting our elections from fraud and abuse. This is a big win for President Trump and our rule of law, as it derails Jack Smith's rush to, they threw in the word deranged, so I think so Trump probably had some editorial control over this post, even though it's coming technically from his team, as it derails deranged Jack Smith's rush to judgment strategy of interfering in the 2024 presidential election in support of Joe Biden's campaign. They waited almost 3 years to bring this hoax case and are now desperately trying and failing to rush it because they know President Trump is dominating the election. The Constitution should not be suspended in a baseless prosecution against the leading candidate for president. This stay stops the trial itself and all discovery obligations. So that's why I think that you're going to see such a delay, because if you're going to stop and pause everything like discovery and all this pre-trial buildup, it's like everything just kind of gets shoved down the road here calendar-wise, which is why I'm thinking I'll go a little bit further than Greg on. I think this maybe May or June, which then we start to get to those summer months, and that's where this really gets dicey. Because now we're coming down the stretch of an election and a campaign season. So that's his statement yesterday on Truth.
All of this stems from the lower court judges. The Supreme Court is going to look at this because remember, and we talked about this back when it happened, the lower court judge dismissed the obstruction charge because U.S. District Judge Carl Nichols found that prosecutors stretched the law beyond its scope to inappropriately apply it to these cases. So the judge ruling the defendant, what are they looking at? The defendant had to take some action with respect to a document, a record, or another object to obstruct an official proceeding under law.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the specific, what they're looking at specifically as far as the three defendants.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, remember Zachary Rail from the Northeast in Philadelphia, that was one of the charges against him.
Mm-hmm.
So then it's not just Trump, it's all of these different individuals. So I guess then would they all appeal everything? Because Zachary Rail was, he's decades behind bars.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how it plays out. If precedent, also keep in mind, too, this is the same Supreme Court of the United States that kicked Roe v. Wade back down to the states. And now something like this politically rising up to the court of last resort. I don't think that the Supreme Court wants to deal with this type of stuff. So, I could see, as we talk about this Mr. Fisher's case, I could see them just completely ripping this up and tossing it out, and then Jack Smith is back to square one. So we'll see. Judge Tanya Chutkan granting that yesterday with the pause.
Nick, look at what else the Supreme Court decided yesterday. They're going to hear the case on access to the abortion pill and its approval process and the whole in the mail thing.
Mm-hmm.
So next, we're going to be rocking. It'll be like a roller coaster.
Yep.
Next spring to summer with these SCOTUS rulings.
Yep.
And then the impact on it heading, as the heat of the campaigns
Mm-hmm.
are going to be in full swing.
855-839-1210 is the phone number. Coming up next, this is an unbelievable story. The Boston mayor, Michelle Wu, maybe she should fire her secretary. The details on the way, but right now let me tell you about my friends at Wawa. Maybe you're going to end up firing your secretary if she doesn't get the Wawa gift cards that you requested for all the staff members. That's right. You can get one of two options. You could do it the old-fashioned way, go to the store, or you could do it digitally. Let's start digitally, shall we? Just visit Wawa.com. Pick one of the festive card designs, enter your card amount, and write a message. You can choose to have your Wawa gift card show up in their inbox instantly or schedule it to arrive at just the right moment. Or you can stop on out to your favorite Wawa retail location, swing on up to the counter, get the gift card right there as you check out for the favorite Wawa fan in your life. And also, they've got other brands like Amazon and Roblox. Grab one for your boss, your favorite aunt, your favorite uncle, and make anybody's season bright in one Wawa run. Happy holidays from Wawa, your one-stop gift card shop. See store for details.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Get into the holiday spirit and listen to Philly's official Christmas station, B101, for all the sounds of the season, from Mariah to the holiday classics.
It's the most wonderful.
Plus, keep rocking around the Christmas tree no matter where you are with B101 on the free Odyssey app. Turning your home into a winter wonderland? Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly. Enjoy the holiday season your way on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app.
Are you looking for a venue for your holiday party, a baby shower, or even a wedding? Look no further. Plan your next event at Riverwinds Restaurant. No matter the reason reason for your gathering, they'll make it perfect. Just choose the date, and Riverwinds will create a decadent menu that will exceed your expectations. Then enjoy as you and your guests have the event of a lifetime in a beautiful setting along the Delaware River with views of the Philadelphia skyline and the most picturesque sunsets in the area. Visit theriverwindsrestaurant.com today.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free Barely There naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a Barely There feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. They use significantly less energy than regular bulbs. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's Natural Supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health-boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue's selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
Calling on Sewell, New Jersey to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Yeah, baby, it's Kayal Company, 7:35 Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube, and you probably want to get to YouTube right about now because we do have some graphics to post for this story that we are about to give you. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. I would imagine if a mayor of Boston, Philadelphia, New York, really any mayor, and that mayor's office put out a holiday invite that invited only elected officials that are white, that they would probably end up having a lot of egg on their face. But that's not the case here because the mayor of Boston is Michelle Wu. And she's a Democrat. I don't know if she's part of the progressive faction or if she's just more of your classic Democrat. My guess is she's probably super, super woke and a progressive. But she's the Democratic mayor of Boston, and she is hosting a secret holiday party this week. But there's a catch. No white elected officials are permitted to this holiday party. However, her secretary accidentally sent out the invite to all of the councilors in Boston, which presumably there are some white ones on the board, and they are not just to the electeds of color, quote, in this release. The aide puts out this email, and then has to put up a follow-up email 15 minutes later apologizing for the invite, clarifying that only people of color are invited. I don't know. It sounds a little racist to me. She asked the white council members to please not attend. No white people here, just minorities, folks.
It's amazing.
So let me read you the invite. You can see it. It's up on YouTube right now. It comes from Denise Dos Santos, and her email signature at the bottom. She uses 3 pronouns. She/her/hers. Now, it's HERS, not like HERRS, like the potato chip company.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, hers sour cream potato chips, the best.
Salt and vinegar.
You like salt and vinegar?
Salt and vinegar.
And I'll fight you.
I like salt and vinegar. I'll go sour cream. Honorable members, on behalf of Mayor Michelle Wu, I cordially invite you and a guest to the Electeds of Color holiday party on Wednesday, December 13th at 5:30 p.m. at the Parkman House, 33 Beacon Street. Please let me know if you plan to attend and if you have any dietary restrictions. Bess, Denise Dos Santos, she/her/hers. So people got wind of this.
Yeah.
And apparently they had to issue an apology 15 minutes later as she says the following. I wanted to apologize for my previous email regarding a holiday party for tomorrow, Dos Santos wrote, according to the Boston Herald. I did send that to everyone by accident, and I apologize if my email may have offended or came across as so. Sorry for any confusion this may have caused.
Amazing.
Wait, so she's apologizing, saying now everybody's invited?
I don't know if everybody's invited. This doesn't sound very inclusive, in my opinion.
Wait, so she's apologizing that white people got it.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Wow.
Yep. Michelle Wu. I'm at the point now where it's like, so it's we have basically created a precedent here that it is okay to be racist. It is okay to discriminate against, white people. But if this was any other demographic,
yeah,
I mean, a CNN would have gone to an 8-pan. Van Jones and Abby Phillip their heads would have exploded on live television, and they would have had wall-to-wall coverage on this. Could you imagine this Republican mayor? How dare him exclude Hispanics and Asians and people that are gay or lesbian or trans? Only white people can attend the holiday party. This actually goes back to our holiday party conversation we had yesterday, where studies show that it's probably best for your mental health to say no to holiday parties because most people don't care if you don't show up anyway.
I would actually love it if somebody around here held a person of color holiday party only, so I didn't have to go.
Is electeds? Is that really a thing?
Electeds?
Yeah. Electeds.
That's the way it's phrased in this email. Yeah.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, I'm just blown away by the need for 3 pronouns in your email signature.
That's what you have an issue with?
I've got an issue actually with all of it from top to bottom.
Yeah.
But I keep looking down at that because I love these email signatures. They're getting bigger and bigger by the year. If you work in corporate America or you work for a company that provides like an email server and you get like a company email address, like people now have like their entire Wikipedia page as their stinking email signature. Like, just give me your name and your phone number. I don't need your pronouns, your website, your address, what floor you work on. My God almighty. Anyway, that's number one. Let me get to this story as well. Speaking of craziness in the world of woke. The ex-Facebook diversity manager, I love this, pleads guilty to bilking $4 million from the company in a kickback scheme. That according to federal authorities and the Justice Department confirming. This story in the New York Post. A former Facebook diversity program manager pleaded guilty to scamming the social media giant out of more than $4 million through a scheme in which she faked business deals in exchange for kickbacks, the Justice Department said. Barbara Furlow Smiles, I'm guessing she's not smiling today, see what I did there, who served as the lead strategist and global head of employee resource groups and diversity engagement at Facebook, real fancy HR title for somebody that does a whole bunch of nothing, used the stolen funds to live an extravagant lifestyle that spanned from California to Georgia, prosecutors have said. From approximately January of 2017 to September of 2021, Furlough Smiles led the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion program at Facebook. So she was the head of the DEI program at Facebook and was responsible for developing and executing DEI initiatives. My sister's probably smiling today. She has to sit through these little slideshow presentations. She was in charge of the initiatives, the operations, and the engagement programs, according to the DOJ. The Fed said Furlough Smiles, who had access to company credit cards and the ability to approve invoices as part of her role at the company, caused Facebook to pay numerous individuals, including her friends and relatives, quote, for goods and services that were never provided to the company. Those individuals would later funnel kickbacks to Furlough Smiles, who lined her pockets to the tune of almost $4 million in just under 4 years' time. Now, I love this. So we have a DEI hire who is now the head of DEI for Facebook, and she's probably being paid a pretty penny. I would venture to say that's a six-figure position, the head of diversity, equity, and inclusion for Facebook. And she decides that that's not good enough. So she's going to run basically a nice little scheme here to further line her pockets. Maybe the most surprising part of all of this is that the Biden Department of Justice decided to actually prosecute this individual, track her down, track everything as she basically went from California to Georgia and everywhere in between, and make all sorts of money through friends and family, and basically create a market that never really existed for goods and services. Be interesting to see what type of prison time this lady is facing. So very interesting that we got to hear about all this DEI nonsense. And so you're basically, Facebook has created jobs, right? Like when all of these companies adhere to BlackRock and what Larry Fink wants and all of these ESG, social credit scores, CEI, you create all these new positions. These people get fancy titles. They get a nice salary, and they basically are out there to hire the least qualified people for the sake of optics for the company, and then they commit theft along the way. Very classy individual. Nice work out of Barbara Furlough Smiles, not to be confused with our Boston mayor secretary, who goes by she/her/hers, H-E-R-S. Only one R in there. All right, so there you go. 7:45 Thursday morning. Oh, we have a good one for you this morning, folks. It is time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Thursday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo. Now is a great time to go because they need to clear their lot. They're undergoing a state-of-the-art renovation and need to make room for construction vehicles. Take advantage of incredible sales and lease options right now. Go there today. Cherry Hill Volvo on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Don't forget to tell them you heard about them on 1210 WPHT. Okay. This is one of the days that I wish that we were not governed by the FCC, because I might have the greatest piece of audio ever. Are you guys familiar with Balin Dupree? Dawn, are you familiar with Balin Dupree?
Balin Dupree.
Yeah. She's a 20-year-old influencer. However, she has Tourette's.
Okay.
So she's a Tourette's influencer on TikTok.
Okay.
I didn't know that was a thing.
There's a market for everything these days.
So Chris Cuomo decided to interview her on Tuesday night. What's fascinating about this is that her Tourette's is she curses all the time. She can't stop it. She flips the bird. She says the F word every other thing.
I like her already.
Remember, this is the Larry David episode.
Yes. So apparently she's doing this for a good cause. She's going on TikTok and trying to bring awareness to this neurological disorder.
Yep.
And help people understand, since it's, a very complex condition.
Yeah.
But what's interesting about this is that Chris Cuomo interviewed her on News Nation. First of all, is Chris Cuomo becoming Howard Stern? First of all, I think this is amazing television. So hat tip to Chris Cuomo for doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Get over to YouTube if you want to see this video. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, because she flips the bird a few times, and obviously you can't hear that, but you can see it if you're watching. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. This goes off the rails really quickly, as you can imagine. Here we go. Cut 14, guys, go.
Much for coming on. And what do you hope you can do by taking the risks that you take so people can understand what you're dealing with?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, do you mind repeating the question?
What do you want people to learn?
I want people to learn that Tourette's is a neurological involuntary motor and vocal disorder. I don't tick 24/7, and there's a lot of
even Chris Cuomo can help it.
Chris, there's a lot of things that people don't understand. Like, people think that cussing is with everyone who has Tourette syndrome, but it's only in 10% of people with Tourette's.
Wow.
And how has it been as you've gotten more famous? Do you believe that people are...
First of all, I want to stop it right there.
Yep.
Can she host the next debate?
Well, she is essentially saying what I think most Americans would love to say to Chris Cuomo.
Yeah, exactly.
F you. Like, I'm not laughing at her for Tourette's. I love the fact that she is saying involuntarily what I would voluntarily say to Chris Cuomo.
Look, this is, yes, obviously this is a horrible disorder, but like, she's making the best of it, and you cannot not laugh at this. Chris Cuomo is trying not to laugh at this.
I mean, because it's not like she's saying F somebody else. She's literally saying F you to the guy interviewing her.
Well, no, I think that's the point. This is a real thing.
Oh, I know. And it's awful. I mean, kids that grow up with Tourette's in school that get bullied is just a terrible, terrible thing. But it's great that she's actually, and I know she can't control it, but the fact that she's not saying like F Joe Biden. She's saying F Chris Cuomo on Chris Cuomo's program, which, as somebody that couldn't stand that guy during the pandemic on CNN, I'm fist pumping for her.
Eartho on YouTube says, I'm doing this today on my appointments.
Oh, stop.
Every time
the next time I go to a doctor, I'm going to say F Chris Cuomo. That should be the new Republican rallying cry. Instead of let's go Brandon, F Joe Biden.
Yeah.
it's F Chris Cuomo.
It's amazing.
And I looked up what causes it.
Yep.
It can be inherited.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or something happens during the development in the womb.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my goodness.
I actually knew a kid when I was in middle school that had it. And he didn't have it, I don't think, and I've only heard her now for like 12 seconds here, but he didn't have it as bad. But it's
she has it terribly.
It's an involuntary reflex. I mean, you just can't control it.
Didn't Amy Poehler play a character like this in Deuce Bigelow?
She did.
It's a sin.
Amy Poehler.
Okay. All right. We continue here.
Understanding better, or are they dopes like me who think you're acting?
Oh.
I say it's the same. I think there's a lot more people that don't understand what Tourette's is, and they like to educate themselves more. So I get thousands of DMs from parents, from teachers, from girls that have been diagnosed with Tourette's, and they've had to be kicked out of school for attention seeking because they rip up their homework or do things like that. I've had parents reach out to me asking me, oh, my son's coming home with a girlfriend and his girlfriend has Tourette syndrome. So, and then I also get very evil people that would comment and say like, Chris, lick your baby weenie, butter your own biscuit. That have told me that my parents deserved to die in a car accident because I'm faking my condition, or people have told me that, like, I've had to have the police at my house because people gave out my location and said they were going to come torch my house. Like, it's crazy.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
Clinically, people suck. And they're mean, and they're stupid, and they try to make themselves feel better by going after others. And you are the antidote, my young friend. Because you have my kids. You have my kids.
Look at the bird.
Repeating your lines
she
so that it's almost become cool. And not because, it's raunchy. It's because you're being real and you're living your truth. And they love it. They love the bravery of it. And so do I. And I love how you've changed your mission. You were at university. COVID was tough for you, tougher than for most, right? Really blew up your symptoms. And now you want to be a physical therapist because exercise helps you, and you believe it's a way that you can help others. A personal trainer, right?
Yes, so I go to the gym 5 days a week, and I go to a workout class, splitting it throughout the week. I love exercise. My boyfriend got me into it. I've been doing it for about a year now. I love it. It's my release. I obviously go to the gym and I wear headphones, and that's also a very big factor in how Colin.
Yeah, I agree. F college. The hell with college.
In my journey was starting out with him.
Well, I love seeing him in the videos. You guys have a great bond. I love everything about your family, and I love the story you're telling the people and living your truth.
You're done.
My kids.
You're done.
You know what? I am done. I got to go to phone calls because they're blowing up with support for you.
Yeah, it's not blowing up. You don't have any listeners. You don't have any viewers.
Everybody who wants to say great things to you. Balin Dupree, thank you
amazing.
for what you're doing.
Yep. This is
Thank you for coming on the show.
That was an amazing interview. Honestly, I want to know so much about this.
So she already treats her boyfriend better in Instagram videos than AOC does. That's the first observation.
Good for her. Like, look, you have this affliction. It's horrendous. Yeah. Go on, make the best of it.
She's raising money on TikTok for research for Tourette syndrome.
It's great.
Meanwhile, we have Doug Emhoff's daughter, Kamala's daughter-in-law, or adopted bonus daughter, whatever, going on TikTok raising money for Gaza.
Yep.
Well, it's Emhoff's daughter. He married Kamala 5 years ago, so it's Kamala.
It's his bonus daughter, right? Or her bonus daughter.
Her bonus daughter, her stepdaughter.
Yeah, she's a dope.
But what a sweetheart.
Yes. And Cuomo's going to get ripped now. Because
I don't know. I thought he had.
I thought
he did a great job. Very endearing.
You're telling me
him laughing is how everybody's reaction is, and she knows that because it's funny.
Yeah, have you seen social media? Yeah, if News Nation posted that clip or Cuomo posted that clip, there will be people in his mentions and replies. How dare you try to get a laughing moment out of somebody that deals with this on a daily basis? Those people are out there. I wouldn't be surprised if there's somebody calling for the cancellation of Chris Cuomo.
Oh, for trying to exploit it?
Yes. Because you said, when did Chris Cuomo become
Howard Stern?
Howard Stern. Exactly. Because there's going to be some angry individual out there with an egg for an avatar with 7 followers that starts tweeting into the abyss.
I don't know. Overall, I think that that interview did him well, because he obviously found her because he has teenage and college-age kids, right? So he mentioned his kids, and no, I think he comes off fantastic.
He probably found it because he has 17 producers that work for him.
Robert Schwartz, right? I hate this guy, but he did a good job.
He did.
Yeah, it wasn't a terrible job. I'm not offended by anything.
But
somebody out there is.
Look, guys, we're in the radio business. He's in the television business. It's good TV.
It's good
radio.
Agree.
It's good radio.
I agree.
I'm just saying. And she knows that, by the way. She's,
her second middle finger was great, by the way. That was, she got that thing up there too, man.
Yeah, if you want to see the video, go over to YouTube and
F Chris Cuomo.
Rewind it.
And then F college as well.
Well, all right. So yesterday we played the video of LeBron James at his son Bronny's college basketball game. And the debate was whether he disrespected the national anthem by sitting and standing up, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
We had a very spirited debate here yesterday. Well, UFC great Colby Covington was having none of it, because he said this in a press conference yesterday about it. This is cut 15, guys, go.
If you hate America so much and you don't like this country that gave you $1 billion, leave it or come deal with me. You go to China, go to these sweatshops that you employ all these laborers and use these women and pay them pennies on the dollar to make your millions. You, LeBron James, you're a coward, you're a spineless coward, and you're a
Wow.
Wow.
LeDrum James.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're gonna call him out, at least get his name right.
I hope that jacket he was wearing wasn't made in China. Yeah, I'd like to know what type of endorsement deals he has and who makes his apparel. But yeah, that's been my stance on LeBron James for a long time. This is a guy who meddles in social justice stuff and politics, and then is totally mum when people ask him about shutting up and dribbling for Chairman Xi and China and all of his gear. That's the thing. We all know that, the NBA is in bed with China, and all of these athletic companies, Nike, Reebok, Under Armour, Adidas, they all make their apparel in sweatshops. We're all aware of that. But when you speak up on this is the thing. If you're an athlete, you either go fully into politics or you stay the hell out of politics. You don't get to selectively choose a la carte when you want to play the higher than now card. And he's done that multiple times. And then when he has been asked about his Nike shoes costing $275 and they're made by somebody making 8 cents an hour, he does not offer a comment. So that's why people call him out. That's why I think LeBron's a fraud. I just didn't think what happened yesterday with the USC thing, where he came in, sat, and then stood up. That's why I thought it was a nothing burger. But I understand Dawn's point of, LeBron has put himself in this position where he doesn't have the benefit of the doubt anymore.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing I was going by was that some people were saying, well, he did ultimately stand. And and it's hard because they cut off the video. But if you look at that, and you played it yesterday, ultimately when he stands, there are people in front of the camera. But it looks to me like even when he stood up again after he came in during the anthem, which is disrespectful, he's facing the other way with his back to the flag.
Oh.
So to me, no, he's somebody who has been vocal about this issue. And I also, as a parent, will say this. He's a famous parent. He knows that when he comes in, there's going to be a ruckus. People are turning and videoing him. Wasn't the night about his son, Bronny, who's after a heart defect was returning to play?
It was, but he can't. I mean, he's the most famous athlete in the world. He can't go anywhere without. You know what I mean?
So there's not an upper box, or there's not somewhere else you could. Have to come in during the anthem, and it's all about you.
I'm not defending LeBron James. I detest LeBron James. Honestly, I do.
I don't detest him.
I just think that there's a lot to rip LeBron James on, and that ain't one of it.
Well, here's why he gets no benefit of the doubt for a lot of people. Is I just checked this out real quick on Google. Did LeBron kneel? And I see a story here from CNN dated July 30th of 2020. So it was the summer of the BLM riots. And if I recall, that was the year when sports got shut down that spring and summer, and the NBA did that playoff format in a bubble. Remember, they went to Florida and they kept family and there was no crowds. It says NBA star LeBron James, along with every player on the Los Angeles Lakers and Clippers, take a knee during the national anthem. So he Kaepernicked it, is what he did. So to Dawn's credit, and to anybody that has that opinion from what they saw at USC, this is a guy now that actually has a history of being disrespectful to the anthem.
One more sports thing, and then we have all the Hunter Biden stuff.
Yeah, let's get it back to the Bidens.
Are you following this thing that happened the other day with the other night with Draymond Green slapping? How do you say it? Yusuf Nurkic.
Yusuf Nurkic.
So he slapped a white player in the face.
Yeah.
So after the game, they had a panel discussing it, and former NBA star Gilbert Arenas is calling for more violence against white players.
Oh, great.
He says, taking care of these Europeans one at a time. Do your thing. And his co-hosts all agreed. This is Cut 19, guys. Go.
So, look, the Gobert choke was questionable but defensible because Dre was coming to protect Clay. This latest incident left many people scratching their heads. So just, what do y'all think about the situation? And how do you react to this video?
Hey, man, listen. I know what Dre doing. He's taking care of these Euros one at a time. You know what I mean, Dre? I can't, Dre. All right, the media is trying to push these Euros on us, baby. And you choking and slapping them back. I get it, baby. Do your thing.
He only did it to 2.
Yeah, he got about 6, 7 more.
Oh, boy.
Gilbert Arenas is a clown if you don't know about him and his history.
I don't know about him. No.
Yeah, he's had all sorts of mental health issues. He had a gun issue. He's a total nut job wild card as well. But this is now a trend with this Yusuf Nurkic guy. Remember, we were having the debate here in Philadelphia last year, Joel Embiid versus Nurkic for the MVP. And I believe there was something along the lines of, there was some left-wing woke sports writer talking about Nurkic is going to win it because he's white. Gilbert Arenas sitting here saying take care. He didn't say take care of white people one by one. He said take care of Europeans.
Yeah.
But this guy is such a great basketball player, and the basketball community at large, whether it's the players in the league or the writers and the MVP voters, I really do feel like they have an issue with the fact that perhaps the best player in the league is not African American, and he has gone through this now for like over a year. I honestly, and I don't think I'm overreacting when I say this, the NBA as a league, the commissioner needs to come out and make some sort of statement about this because it's kind of ridiculous. He plays in Denver. He doesn't get a ton of coverage because Denver's not a glitzy media market. But if he was in Philly or LA or New York, he would get more attention. And because he's European, he's kind of like back page material.
Yeah.
He doesn't speak a lot. I don't know if he speaks English or not, but he doesn't get the attention that some of the elite players in the NBA that are Americans do.
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous, honestly. I feel bad for the guy. He's taking a lot of shots from people for no reason. He doesn't have a track record of being a jackass or anything like that. He just goes out and plays basketball, and he's great at what he does.
But isn't it, if they were to just take out European and put in, what if somebody was saying this about Cameroon players and Joel Embiid?
Oh, exactly.
Or African players,
yes,
or Australian, like
do your thing, slap more of them. Yeah. Can you imagine? No.
I think. Hold on, what is this? Yeah, Gilbert Arenas was just invited to the Boston mayor party.
Guys, I saw this floating around on the internet yesterday, and I had to pull it because it's it just shows you how far we've come and not in a good way. This is a John F. Kennedy speech from 1962. I only pulled 10 seconds of it, or 30 seconds of it, so don't, where he calls out kids for being fat.
Yeah, and soft.
And I saw this and I was just like, can you imagine?
Yep.
Can you imagine if a president of the United States did this today? It's so telling from how far we've come.
Mm-hmm.
This is cut 20, JFK from 1962. Go.
There is nothing I think more unfortunate than to have soft, chubby, fat-looking children who go to watch their school play basketball every Saturday and regard that as their week's exercise. I hope that all of you will join, and everybody in the United States, to make sure that our children participate fully in a vigorous and adventurous life which is possible for them in this very rich country of ours.
Wow.
6 decades ago, JFK was ahead of his time. Maybe that's why they took him out.
Can you imagine if we had people speaking like that now?
We need people speaking like that now. That's the point. We do.
Get out and exercise your fat kids.
Yeah, tell your little chubby son to put the stinking iPad down, get out on the swing set, go out on the playground, scuff a knee, bust open your elbow, run around, sweat, get some dirt in your eyes. Get off of YouTube.
So just a little fact checking about when he delivered this speech in 1962. At the time he delivered the speech, 4% of the U.S. children were obese, and another 5% were overweight. Today, 19% of children are obese, and an additional 16.6% are overweight.
It's because all we do is give our kids sugar and give them an iPad.
JFK wanted schools to adopt mandatory and strict physical fitness programs to prevent childhood obesity and softness. Wow.
I hate to be like, back in my day, but when I was a kid, so I was born in 84. I started playing with my neighborhood friends. We would play sports all summer long, not in a league, but just in our neighborhood. We had like this little baseball backyard we created. One of the neighborhood dads put up like a backstop with a scoreboard, and and I swear to God, it was in a little cornfield, and the cornfield was cut down, and we played like for those summers of, I would say this would be probably 92, 93, probably all the way up to about 95, 96 until I started getting involved in like middle school and junior high school sports. We would go out in the summer at 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning after breakfast, and I'd go home at lunch, eat a sandwich, and we would be back out until dinner, and then we would go back out and play like block chase at night. until 7:45, 8 o'clock, and we were basically out and active for 12 straight hours until my buddy's mom, I'll never forget her name was Carol Corona. She would go out on the deck of my buddy Todd's backyard, and she had the most high-pitched voice. She sounded like, you remember the mom from Bobby's World? You know when Dawn does the gee golly, don't you know thing? She would yell, Todd, it's time to come home! And then we knew block chase was over.
Oh, you called it block chase?
We called it block chase,
We used to call it gang catch gang.
Oh, is that what you called it?
Yeah.
That sounds a bit racist. Yeah, but like nowadays, it's like, what are you doing with your kid? Oh, he's been on the couch while TikToking, Instagramming, and YouTubing, playing Roblox.
We need to get back to more of this. We need to get back to more of our leaders saying stuff like this. Honest to God.
I agree.
Honest to God.
If Trump says it, they would indict him again.
Trump would be the only one that would say it.
I know, and he should say it. So they all should say it.
Yeah, agreed.
So you said what? 4% to 19% is the rate?
Yep.
Wow. One in every 5 children are obese.
Since 1962. It's crazy.
Processed foods, too.
Yep.
James Dunn writes, enough sports!
Yeah, okay.
Well, wasn't it?
Has Roger or Paul
Wasn't
checked in?
about
Have I talked too
sports,
much today?
James.
Let's just open up the floodgate.
Nick Kale's mime show.
I love the reaction. I do. I eat it up.
How did people do radio shows back in the day before there was YouTubes and social medias and text lines?
They just knew.
They
you
just
know
took
what I mean?
phone calls?
Yeah. Now it's all like people can reach us on YouTube, on Twitter.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter. All right. The Hunter Biden situation. Jonathan Turley was on with Laura Ingraham last night and discussing about Hunter saying that his father is not financially involved. And this was Turley's reaction to that statement. Cut 16, guys, go.
What is, we're seeing this shifting rhetoric, even from the president himself. He stated during the campaign that he had no knowledge, no involvement with these business deals or these associates of his son. That appears to be demonstrably false. I mean, we now know that even Hunter's associates said it was nonsense. Hunter himself said his father had knowledge. But you have the president who's sort of caught in the amber of this scandal, and he can't now deny what he told the public over and over again.
Well, financially involved could mean, in his interpretation, right, that, oh, my father's not running these businesses, right? He's not directing their moves vis-a-vis the United States. That phrasing is very amorphous.
Well, it's not just amorphous, it's irrelevant. You know, the Democrats have been stating that there's no evidence that the president benefited from these payments. That's nonsense. I mean, there are federal cases on bribery and other crimes where the courts have said that payments to family members do constitute benefits legally for those actual criminal charges. And it also applies in impeachment. I represented the last judge impeached by Congress. He was charged with gifts that went to his family. So all of that is just nonsense. The question that we're really looking at going forward is, what did the president know and what was his involvement with this influence peddling? There's even Democrats in the media now accept that this was a massive influence peddling operation. They're just arguing that the president really didn't know about it. Well, how do you know? I mean, that's the point of an inquiry.
Well, Professor,
But we have all the clips and the context of the WhatsApp messages. We know the Bidens were beneficiaries of this, because why would you create shell companies if you were not receiving some of these financial compensations? And the Bidens can sit there and characterize it as these were loan repayments. I've never heard of anybody creating a shell company to pay back a loan. Have you? Seems odd to me.
It does.
And then, of course, never forget, too, that when Joe says he wasn't involved, remember, there's the message where Joe was essentially demanding and threatening to have that prosecutor be removed from that case.
It's the, and I hate to use this because I know a lot of people have used it already, but it is very Clinton-esque, where you're parsing words. It depends on what the definition of is because he, in the Monica Lewinsky thing, he kind of sidestepped that by saying, well, I wasn't being untruthful because I said I did not have sex with that woman. Well, I technically didn't have sex with her.
Yeah. They love to muddy the waters of interpretation. This is really the same thing that's going on at Harvard, where they're sitting there and all these Ivy League elites are saying, well, you got to understand the context. Now, don't insult my intelligence.
Yep.
I know what 2 + 2 is, and it's 4. Don't tell me there's any fucking...
oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
My
Lord.
I'm sorry. I swear I've never done that.
Oh, my Lord.
17 years. Oh, my God. That slipped out.
You all right?
Yeah, I meant to use the other word. Oh, my God. Let's keep moving.
We're talking about trucking today.
Jesus.
Because we love truckers.
Can we get back to...
Anyway.
Can we get back to... Bill Clinton using Monica Lewinsky as his personal humidor?
He used what as his personal humidor?
Monica Lewinsky, right?
Yeah, cigars.
Okay.
An intern.
Yes. Okay. When asked about, so Joe Biden he was speaking yesterday, and the reporters obviously asked about Hunter Biden, and he asked the press to step out. This is cut 10, guys, go.
Just going to ask the press to step out so we can begin our briefing. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Everybody out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! There we go. That's how it ended.
They cut the feed like
they
that.
They did. Cut the feed! Cut the feed!
This is like when the teleprompter went down for Burgundy. What do you think is going through his mind when they start? And honestly, it's at the point now where it is a wasted exercise.
Yep.
Like these reporters that they gather for this, at 3 years in, you're wasting your time, your voice, you're damaging your vocal cords. It's pointless to just shout those things. He's not going to answer anything.
Mm-hmm.
He's closing up his binder and he's walking out. It's just like when he's walking across the lawn at the White House to go to his helicopter. First of all, he doesn't hear you, and secondly, he's not going to answer you.
Karine Jean-Pierre was asked about it yesterday, and this is what she said. Going to go to cut 11 here, guys. Go.
Did he spend any time watching what his son had to say outside the Capitol?
So just a couple of things on that, and I want to be really clear. Look, as you know, Hunter Biden is a private citizen, and so I certainly would refer you to his representatives. Look, the president was certainly familiar with what his son was going to say, and I think what you saw was from the heart from his son. And you've heard me say this. You've heard the president say this. When it comes to the president and the first lady, they are proud of him continuing to rebuild his life. Yeah. They are proud of their son.
Basically, what this is the Hunter Biden rehabilitation tour.
Yep,
is essentially what this is.
And it started with the Moby podcast.
Yes,
yes, because he never speaks. He had that one interview. I don't know if it was with ABC or something.
Yep,
where they were in the kitchen. That's the only time he's ever spoken.
Yep.
And then he did the Moby podcast, and all of a sudden he's speaking in front of the Capitol. Like you're 100% right. This
is his rehab tour.
Yep, he's getting out in front of this.
Yep, he knows the mainstream media will not grill him. Anybody that does, that's from a conservative outlet or an alternative outlet, will be viewed as a bad human being. Republicans are literally trying to kill Hunter Biden, is what he has claimed on the Moby Pod. And, Karine Jean-Pierre is going to say he's a private citizen. Well, was Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump and Laura Trump private citizens, or were they public figures?
By the way, John wins YouTube right now so far. He says Nick has Tourette's. You could always just claim you had Tourette's.
It was a little neurological hiccup.
By the way,
no dump on YouTube. Huh?
By the way, there's no dump on YouTube or on the app, but we got it over the air. It's fine. You're not the first, and it won't be the last person to do it. That's why we have a delay button.
I've been doing this for 17 years.
Yeah,
don't think I ever.
It happens.
That happened.
It happens.
And I wasn't even really mad there. There was times when I was doing when Eagles talk where I was literally sweating and my head was as red as the state of Florida, and I never dropped the
look. If anybody asks, you can just say I have Tourette's, and you can't discriminate against me.
I blame Chris Cuomo.
On Karine Jean-Pierre on Hunter defying a congressional subpoena. This is cut 13. Guys, go.
Is the president okay with his son defying a congressional subpoena?
I'm just not going to get into specifics on that. I would have to refer you to the president's, not the president, but Hunter's personal representatives. He's a private citizen. So I'm just not going to get into it.
Can you tell us when the last time the two of them spoke?
I mean, I'm also not going to get into private conversations that the president has with his family. We've been pretty consistent. That's nothing new. We're just not going to get into it from here.
I should actually just give my soundboard to those people because Karine can answer those questions. They could actually tee Karine up and not even have her talk and just play this.
I'm not going to get beyond that.
Or we could play this one.
I would refer you to the White House counsel.
Right. She's got nothing. What a waste. By the way, in regards to Joe and that question with his thoughts on defying a congressional subpoena, there is a clip out there. I think I saw it yesterday on RNC Research's Twitter feed where Joe was asked about this in 2021, in which he said, no, you should not be above the law. If the boys in the back maybe can find that. I think it was on RNC's Twitter feed yesterday. It completely contradicts anything that Joe is saying now.
In case you missed it, Vivek Ramaswamy had a town hall last night in Iowa.
Did he take the microphone into the bathroom with him?
With CNN, Abby Phillip. Apparently, this isn't that now their new thing. They don't advertise it, so I don't know how anybody would know that it's happening. So Abby Phillip asked about, if you remember, in the last debate, Vivek claimed that January 6th was an inside job.
Mm-hmm.
Abby Phillip asked about it. It's part of a 10-minute clip, but I only pulled 2 cuts from it because it just got long and monotonous, where they just argue about it back and forth. But this is how that conversation went about Vivek at the last debate saying that January 6th was an inside job. Cut 17, guys, go.
Evidence that the government had a plot, an inside job.
But no, I'm going to tell you what an inside job is, because I'm not
violence on January 6th.
I'm not going to let you put words in my mouth. I'm going to put my words in my mouth. And I'm going to tell you what I mean by that.
Where is the evidence that the government was involved in planning or executing January 6th?
So I'm going to give you hard facts. And if I may, Abby, I know this is going to be a little uncomfortable, but we're going to go through this, and you can push back on it after that. And you can push back on that. And let's do this fairly. Why did they suppress footage of now what's been released, 200 hours of footage of shooting rubber bullets into that crowd, shooting tear gas into that crowd? You didn't see that before. You saw what the response was to that. Now you see footage coming out of actually rolling out the red carpet for Capitol Police allowing people in.
Again,
right through the front
door. The vast majority of
listen to the crowd.
Mr. Ramaswamy, the vast majority of the footage shows police officers being overrun
and I want to talk about one more
by
case.
violent
this is really important.
riders. That's
I'm going to give you some hard facts. So here's what entrapment.
Can we stop it real quick? Can we stop it real quick?
Hang on. If I may finish,
I just want to point this out. This is the Caitlin Collins Trump thing all over again with Abby Phillip in the role of Caitlin Collins. Again, the interrupting and the nonstop talking over each other. Yeah, that might create for good drama on TV or a good soundbite on radio. But the point is, let Vivek answer, and if you're being fed something in your ear, then you'll have your moment. But again, it's like they just want to keep butting heads. It's so painful to sit through. Just Abby, just let the guy answer the question, and if you disagree with it or if you have other facts that would prove otherwise, then go.
Yep.
God, I hate that.
All right, we continue.
If I may finish, Abby, I'm not cherry picking.
Examples.
To the contrary. To the contrary. You know who cherry picked? You know who cherry picked? The government.
That is what happened.
The government cherry picked 12 hours of footage when there was 200 hours of footage. The cherry picking was the government, not me. Release the whole thing. And let me just finish one thing too, because this is super important as a topic.
So
I think this is a civil libertarian issue of our time.
When
Gretchen Whitmer's kidnapping. I want to be really clear on this, because it's the same issue in the same FBI, same even part of the FBI. 3 people who were in an alleged plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer were acquitted at the end of trial because it was entrapment.
There you
go. Okay, that's it. I thought there was more going. Okay. Now, see, here's the thing with Vivek. He makes good points, and he goes, 12 hours versus 200 hours. I would say 12 hours versus the raw footage of 41,000 hours. Remember, that's the actual amount of footage that they have from all the different cameras. So you only saw bits and pieces. And I tell you what, that is one of the most infuriating parts of this, is in the sections of crowd on January 6th where there were people that were not going above and beyond peaceful protest. To see rubber bullets and tear gas, almost basically those federal agents saying, "Man, this is not as rowdy as I would like in this section. We got to do something to agitate." That's a bad look for those federal authorities. I'll leave it at that.
They continue with the comparison of the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping case that happened in Michigan, and he's talking about how that they were set up, kind of, right, Dawn? Yeah.
Yes.
18 cut go.
So they were acquitted mid-September.
Yeah, they were acquitted in mid-September for basically being like patsies. Cut 18 go.
Because it was entrapment. That is, government agents put them up to do something they otherwise wouldn't have done. They gave them credit cards with spending limits of up to $5,000, encouraged them to buy munitions, plan something they weren't otherwise willing to plan. So much so, and I want people at home to know this, especially CNN viewers to know this, is that one of the jurors went to those defendants and apologized afterwards, gave him a hug, apologized, seeing what the government had put a poor guy up to, who had to go to some Mexican restaurant across the street to get hot water. These people were exploited with credit cards up to $5,000, FBI agents putting them up to a kidnapping plot that we were told was true but was entrapment. Same thing with the Capitol Police, people letting them in freely. Many of those people then being charged.
Look,
the government cannot put you up to do something and then charge you for it. That's wrong.
I don't want to have
to the left,
I don't,
right,
I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to interrupt you.
I don't want to have to smack you.
But I don't want you to mislead.
Brush your hair, sir.
I'm not. I think they've been misled by the mainstream media.
14 people,
the mainstream media has misled them.
14 people were charged in that plot. A majority of them were convicted.
I said 3 of them were acquitted on grounds of entrapment. That's a fact. Dispute me. Was I wrong about that?
What folks need to understand.
Was I wrong about what I said?
What
I was
folks
not.
need to understand
3 people were acquitted on grounds of entrapment.
9 were
a juror apologized.
9 were convicted.
But the 3 who were put up should never got to that stage of a trial.
The January 6th
That's unacceptable in the United States.
It's almost like they don't even know the other one's talking. It's really a remarkable back and forth there.
2 things.
Yeah.
Number one, as a host or as an anchor, it's not your job to advocate for your side or the Democrats as she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so she reveals her hand in this. She doesn't want to have any of it.
Of course.
As far as the guys who were acquitted, their own attorney had said these guys were, and I'm quoting here, incredibly dumb, would never have pulled off a kidnapping. Essentially, the defense was, and you talked about the jurors hugging them, the defense of these guys was they were genuinely not the brightest bulbs in the box, and they were taken advantage of because they, essentially, I mean, they had, issues whereby, you could even say they were disadvantaged or even had some disabilities as far as learning disabilities and so on and so forth, and were not highly intelligent individuals, that they were cherry-picked, they were chosen and targeted, and that's why there was such sympathy by that jury to say, oh my goodness, these individuals are lower intelligence individuals.
I'll tell you right now, Vivek wins a lot of points with the Trump base with that performance last night. If anybody actually saw that, not sure that anybody did, but if you're listening this morning, I mean, Vivek just pretty much went to task with a lot of the facts that they seemingly want to omit from the record.
Let's get on to the college Harvard anti-Semitism thing. Talking about what Claudine Gay right there at Harvard. Speaking of Abby Phillip, Nicole Hannah-Jones was on with Abby Phillip the other night discussing the Harvard president, saying that the Claudine Gay is facing racist and propaganda campaign from those pretending it's about anti-Semitism.
Oh, so, you knew it was coming.
To your point, Nick and Dawn, you guys were both making this point that they were going to find a way to say that they're singling out Ms. Gay because of the color of her skin.
Yep.
This is cut 1, guys, go.
Nicole, thanks for joining us. So, Nicole, what do you make of the fact that this was striking to me? Some of the same voices who are your toughest critics are the ones who are Claudine Gay's toughest critics and the loudest voices calling for her ouster. Do you think that these 2 things are related? This idea of pushing back on diversity and inclusion in higher education and getting the president of Harvard ousted from her position?
Oh, absolutely. So they're using the guise of pretending that this is about concern over anti-Semitism, which is, of course, something that all of us should be concerned about. It's really just further their propaganda campaign against, racial equity. So when you think about the fact that Harvard, this nation's oldest university, had about a 370-year explicit racial quota of only hiring white men to be the president, it's laughable to think that the first ever black woman following that unbroken line of white racial quotas is the one who's unqualified. I mean, this is kind of the beauty of how racism works. If you are black and you don't achieve, if you don't succeed at the highest echelons, it's because you're lazy and you're not smart enough. If you do achieve and you do succeed and you do rise to the top of your profession, it's because you didn't deserve it. So as Toni Morrison said, this is all really a distraction. Chris Rufo is not a serious person. He is a person who has been trying to attack what he calls DEI, but really any efforts to address racial inequality. He has explicitly said that he does propaganda work, and the fact that we're all talking about it means that he's being successful.
First of all, nobody, unless you actually go to one of these Ivy League institutions, likes these Ivy League institutions. Secondly, nobody knew who Claudine Gay was prior to her anti-Semitic remarks. If we would have polled Americans who is the president of the University of Harvard, they would have zero idea who Claudine Gay is. It has nothing to do with her identity. It has what to do with what she said and did not say when she was grilled by Elise Stefanik. But this is the classic move. So now, basically, if you are from a marginalized group historically and you do something wrong, you break a law, you lie, you plagiarize, you are on the wrong side of an opinion that should be pretty clear. I mean, she mentioned the word equity. I don't seem to hear a whole bunch of equity and inclusion for the Jewish community these days. So it's selective equity. But if you call them out on it and you are calling out somebody from a marginalized community, you're automatically racist. It doesn't matter. Claudine Gay could have been a straight white male. And if Claudine Gay was a straight white male and said the same thing, I'd have the same opinion. Like, you're telling me you actually do condone these types of comments under free speech and your code of conduct policy on campus? Really? No. All right. That's crazy. That'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet, 8:30. We'll come back, get the Dawn Stensland's Big Three. And then also, we got to have some fun with this. At Southwest Airlines, bags used to fly free. Now fat flies free.
No.
Yes,
Oh, no.
Fat flies free. The details on the other side of Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This holiday season, make all your wishes come true at FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. The Eagles on Monday night are a minus 196 on the money line. That means if you bet $5, you're only going to win $250. But when your Philadelphia Eagles win, you can win $150 in bonus bets to bet with whatever you want to. Spreads, player props, over-unders, whatever you want to. It's like free money. Come on. FanDuel.com/Greg is a promo code. FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up right now. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $5 pregame money line. Wager required, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics right now. Make 2024 the year you're back to living a normal life again. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. These are all natural treatments that repair and restore that damaged tissue, giving you pain-free movement again. How does that sound? QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients around the nation. People people who had knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, but were able to get lasting relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. The future of medicine is here. Regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. Make the call now so you can get the most out of 2024 and get back to doing what you love. Don't forget, you can use your HSA and FSA funds. QC Kinetics. Call them today, 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. 999-3000.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, oh, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE, SIPC.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Here's how to give her the best holiday gift by Pajamagram. Soft and silky, naturally nude pajamas are luxurious with a next-to-nothing feel. Better than lingerie, designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild, guys. Right now, when you shop Naturally Nude Pajamas, you're going to get a free Naturally Nude nightie. That's $75 of savings on a deluxe 2-in-1 gift you both are guaranteed to love. If you're ready to win the holidays, do it right now before it sells out. They sell it every year. Head to pajamagram.com and shop Naturally Nude.
The violin, the trumpet, the drums. Quality instruments, but when playing on their own without orchestration, sound chaotic. Only when the maestro blends those instruments with a musical score do they become a symphony that outperforms any of those instruments on their own. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system blends safe financial instruments with your goals as the score to create full orchestration that plays the melody you've always dreamed of in retirement.
I have a stable rhythm going on in my life right now. The crash-proof retirement system. I play my guitar with rhythm. I play drums also. Rhythm is very important to me. We're all trying to do our theme song for our life. I would say the crash-proof retirement system has been instrumental in helping me find that song of my life.
Register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on January 16th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.35 as we continue Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Good to have you in. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. A very, very big presentation coming up here on YouTube.
What?
In just a moment. Yes.
Presentation?
Yeah, presentation.
What is this, school?
This is for the visual component of the audience.
Okay.
That we will be placating to as we get to this story. So get on over to youtube.com/@1210WPHT to see what we are about to get into, hit the like and subscribe button while you're there as well. Oh, by the way, are we getting closer to the 6K?
No.
No.
We need to. We've kind of hit a lull here.
Yeah.
So
I think you've extracted as much juice as you can, sir.
I need everybody, if they have not done so, to go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and hit the subscribe button, please. It would be a great Christmas gift for me.
Greg, what did you get in your stocking this year? I got 6,000 subscribers.
I gave you all live and local content, which from the numbers everybody seems to love.
Are you stumping right now?
So I just feel like the least I tried hard to get rid of Hannity and all that nonsense to give you actual good content, local content from people that are here in Philadelphia, and all I ask in return is that you hit the subscribe button on YouTube.
There you go. Simple enough.
Please.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right. So let's get to this story. Now, I am not a customer of Southwest. I actually am a bottom barrel airline user. I fly Frontier. I fly Allegiant. If it's like $79 round trip, it's for me. Just give me a metal folding chair. I don't even care. Just get me from A to B safely and quickly. But Southwest Airlines, they used to have, I guess you could call it a service where bags would fly free. That was their advertising motto, Southwest Airlines, where bags fly free. Well, now fat flies free. Oh. Now, look, if I was the CEO of Southwest, this would not fly, no pun intended, under my leadership. But Southwest Airlines, and we've talked about this for a while now, and I've been adamantly against this, but Southwest Airlines is now being praised for customers of size. Yes, they have a customers of size policy that allows overweight flyers to purchase one seat and get another absolutely free, or as they say, complimentary in the business. Yes. So it's like a BOGO butt deal, basically, is what it is. If you have more than two cheeks, you get an extra seat. So apparently there are things such as travel influencers, which we can get into this other subject. Is there an influencer for every category now?
There is, yeah.
So plus-size TikTokers are praising Southwest Airlines for its, quote, customer of size policy, which allows overweight passengers to request a complimentary seat and forces the flight staff to accommodate larger flyers, even if it means kicking others with tickets off of the flight. There is my biggest problem right there. Quote, if you are fat, you know the anxiety of flying, and this alleviates it a lot. Caroline, a travel influencer who said she is a size 20.
Wow.
She's a size 20.
Good for her.
Told her nearly 200,000 followers. I think that's a pound per follower. In a video,
that's not,
sorry, it was quiet.
Come on.
Again. Yeah, hit the dump button again. In a video posted at the end of October, she said, I had a very comfortable flight, just feeling like I was allowed to take up the space I needed. Under the Texas-based airlines policy, customers whose bodies, quote, encroach past the armrest are entitled to an extra seat at no additional cost. So encroach, like encroachment. We have encroachment on the defense. That's a 5-yard penalty. That's a different kind of encroachment. So basically, if your folds of your fat flop over the armrest, you qualify for the free seat.
You don't have to be so graphic.
Like, I mean, what are we doing here? Now, look, Southwest, you do you. I don't fly with you. I'm not on your board. It's not affecting my bottom line profit. If I was the CEO, I wouldn't allow it. But where my problem would be, and I guess this, it says even if that means kicking others with tickets off of the flight. So let's say I pay $189 round trip to Orlando from Philadelphia to Disney or whatever, and I'm sitting in row 27, seat F, and seats D and E are purchased by said customer, or let's say she gets there. I'm trying to figure out how this would play out, like scenario-wise in real life. Let's say she sits down. She can't fit in the one. Oh. Does that mean I'm bumped? Does that mean I lose my money? Do I get a refund? And even if I get a refund, that's still not good enough for me because you just ruined my trip.
Technically, I think that's what they're saying. However, I actually looked up their policy because I can't believe this is happening.
New York Post with the story.
But their policy at Southwest, if you look up they actually have this online, and Southwest, what they're saying is if you are in the fat community, and the bigger fat community, then what you need to do ahead of time is you can go ahead and buy 2 seats.
Okay.
Then so that they can plan ahead so that they don't have to bump anybody. So you buy 2 seats, then you put in a refund that you are in the fat community.
Yeah.
And you put in a refund, and they will indeed refund the other seat.
But if you are a travel influencer, don't you already know basically, let's just call it what it is. If you're a size 20, you probably know you're not going to fit in an airline seat. I would assume. Now, I've never actually flown first class. Are first class seats larger and more spacious?
Yes.
So I'm assuming the size 20 can probably fit in first class. I would argue, unless their first class seating is completely booked up, why don't you take said size 20 person and give them a first class seat if those aren't used without disrupting somebody else's purchase?
Southwest has a business first. They don't technically have a traditional first class.
Oh.
So they have so with Southwest, I used to fly them a lot. I actually like Southwest in general, or I did. But Southwest, the problem with it is unless you buy a business first class, it's a kind of a pain because you have to basically, you're kind of jostling for a seat because a lot of times they don't do those assigned seats. And the part I have the biggest problem with on this is that they let these individuals, they view them as somebody who would be in a wheelchair, somebody with small children, so they get to board first because they're in the fat community.
Yeah.
And
fat community.
And I think that's...
Big girls need loving too, Dawn.
No, I'm not.
Shout out to all my 20s out there.
Look, I'm just saying that, and I also wonder, I would love to know if they do this for a pregnant woman.
That's a good question.
Okay.
Right.
So if you're and a lot of times they don't want pregnant women to fly because you could go into labor. But let's say you're 7-8 months pregnant and you have the big belly because you're pregnant. Are they allowing this for pregnant women? And that's what I also wonder.
I also want to know, as a person who is tall and has long legs.
Amen.
Would they accommodate myself?
No.
Or
they should.
Dawn's husband or Dawn's children?
Yeah. You guys are all straight white cis males.
So that's my question. Is that I don't unlike
big and tall.
Unlike people who are overweight, I can't help my size.
That's right.
I was born
genetics.
That way.
Yes.
You were not born to be a ginormous human. So I want to get back to Jill. Jill has a great point on the YouTube chat. We need to stop rewarding gluttony. You know what I mean?
I agree.
This, and promoting this. This goes back to that JFK quote.
Yes.
That we played during the cut sheet. We need to stop rewarding this. We need to these people as look. I'm sure that if they wanted to be I'm sure they struggle with their weight is what I'm trying to say, and that it's not easy for them. If they could be skinny, I'm sure they would be. But we need to stop making exceptions for people who have this unhealthy lifestyle.
Well, would they be skinny if they could be? Because aren't we talking about this whole new thing about fat pride and these stories that we've talked about, the glamorous side of being big boned? And yes, there are some people that can't control it from metabolism or whatever, and they've tried, the dieting, the medicine, the lap band, the surgical procedures, but for the people that just have no self-control and discipline, I don't feel bad for you. If we could put the picture of the lady back up, the influencer, I think she was actually she's got a mask on. Looks like
she should be wearing a mask because God forbid she catches anything, her heart won't be able to take it because look at the size of her.
Yeah.
Southwest is the only airline that allows you a second seat at no extra cost, even if the flight is fully booked. And there are these influencers who say that it's true, it's tested, and they're praising Southwest Airlines for doing this.
Okay. Well, there she is. 20 20,000. She's got 200,000. To tell you what, the whole influencer thing is really getting on my nerve. These are the people that just spend their entire day on social media to create these little policy changes under the guise of equality and equity and this, that, and the other thing. And it's like these people are in their feelings. And I've got to wonder, I'm assuming this probably doesn't affect Southwest's bottom line exponentially. But, it's a publicly traded company, right? I mean, does their stock go down because of this? Like, the ripple effects of all of this is fascinating. And yet we have these people. I don't like the fact that we've got people influencing these types of policies through TikTok, which is that's where all these influencers come from.
Robert Schwartz writes, Greg, not everyone has the money to shop at Whole Foods. That has nothing to do with shopping at Whole Foods. We gave you the statistics from 1962. Those people weren't shopping at Whole Foods.
Yeah,
they were eating and buying real food.
Yeah,
eat real food. You can stop with the processed crap. Sorry, Nick.
You can eat healthy at Giant. You don't have to go to Whole Foods.
Yeah,
they have lettuce at every grocery store. Take the lettuce and stop eating the carbs.
First of all, I didn't know that, and this influencer, one of them is on there, Jalen Chaney, says super fat is how we identify. So I never heard that before, super fat, that this young lady says she wants to be called super fat.
So she can identify as super fat, but if I called her super fat, I'd be fired.
Well, she says she's in the super fat community, so that's and she says she hopes more airlines implement customer of size policies.
Yeah. By the way, too, like to your point with that comment with Whole Foods, there's a lot of like real food, and I'm not saying you got to buy organic, which is expensive, but there's a lot of legit healthy food out there that's and this is coming from the guy who I cry every day, every Friday when I leave the grocery store and I look at my receipt. I literally break down in tears knowing I'm spending way too much for basic food. But eat a salad. Eat some rice. Eat some fish or chicken.
Exercise.
All
right, guys in the back, cut 20 again. Can we do cut 20
give me
again?
Mr. Kennedy.
I need Mr. Kennedy to wake everybody up and let's go back to 1962 ideals. Cut 20. JFK, go.
There is nothing, I think, more unfortunate than to have soft, chubby, fat-looking children who go to watch their school play basketball every Saturday and regard that as their week's exercise. I hope that all of you will join, and everybody in the United States, to make sure that our children participate fully in a vigorous and adventurous life which is possible for them in this very rich country of ours.
Amen, Mr. Kennedy.
Can you isolate soft, chubby, fat kid?
Sure.
I just want to hear that one more time.
Oh.
Yeah, just give me that like little 3-second blurb where he says.
And to have
Yep, right there it was.
Soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
Yes. Now, imagine DeSantis saying that in a debate. I mean, people would be calling for that guy's head.
Yeah.
Kennedy said this 60 years ago, and he's absolutely right.
Yep.
I mean, it's honest to God. Like, I've talked about this on the show. Cheat day pizza Friday, where I totally pig out. But the other days of the week, I eat really healthy, really clean. I eat salad. I eat brown rice. I'll have some sort of a fish or ground turkey, which is actually relatively cheap. Put it in a skillet, throw some onions and garlic and salt and pepper on it. It tastes delicious. Mix it in with the rice. Have a salad, a little chicken or fish on the grill. Buy the bonus pack. You can eat clean and healthy and not go completely broke. It's doable. You just have to go into the grocery store with a calculator.
I think of the movie WALL-E. If you ever watched that when it came out,
sounds like a chubby,
kids.
fat, soft kid. WALL-E.
Remember WALL-E, and all the people are up in space. They can't. The premise is that the little robot WALL-E is sent down to Earth to find the only plant life, and all the people are these very obese people who can't even walk. So they're totally dependent on the government and controlled by the government. And I have that image of the government control, and I think about that, and it's weird how sometimes movies predict the future. But part of me almost thinks when you think about food standards in the United States of America, as opposed to, and you made me think of it, Nick, when you talked about clean food. If you look at Europe and European standards for food and the processing, they don't allow all the crud preservatives and processing and high heat that we allow in this country. And so I'm just going to push back a little bit and say that I actually feel, and this is my I've become a conspiracy theorist. I feel this is what the big industry, big government, they want us all to be fat and soft and stupid so they can control us. And I do, honest to God, I feel that what we have in our food, our processed foods in America could be avoided, but they purposely do this. And so ultimately, it's terrible with Ozempic and all this stuff, but it's so
I'm
hard
glad you
anymore.
bring that up.
Try to lose 10 pounds. If you need to lose like that 10 to 12 pounds, try to lose it. And what you realize is you have to eat such, to your word, clean food. And why is it? I just talking to friends who, with the Italy trip, they go overseas, they go to Italy and they're like, oh my God, I stuffed my face the whole time and I actually lost 6 pounds.
Yeah,
How did that happen?
Why is it that Italians in Italy can eat pasta, drink red wine, and consume all the carbs and cheeses on the planet and look like fitness models, and yet the Americans here, we're soft, fat, and chubby?
Yes.
Like Wally. And that's the thing. That's the cycle. And I don't think that's a conspiracy theory. So you eat bad foods, you end up with health issues, you end up having to be on medicine. Who controls medicine? Big Pharma. And it's just a big cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it could be avoided because what they do in pretty much the rest of the world, they have high standards. They have high standards for what's allowed. They don't allow, like in Italy, my gosh, their cheese, they don't allow the processed cheese that we have. They take such pride. It's all labeled. And the tomatoes. Remember the controversy with Cento?
Yeah.
Because they said, our tomatoes are the real Italian tomato. They have like all these high standards. Nothing can be processed.
Yep.
We allow all of this crud.
You're right. You're right.
But I also think that the other side of it is you drive yourself nuts. Like it's like the whole adage of, well, I'm not going to buy this product anymore because it's made in China or it's made here. You'll drive yourself insane if you try to live too pure, where you look at everything, okay, there's too much sugar in Gatorade, or there's too much salt in this. Like, I mean, once I've said this before, once I was told by a doctor that too much water can actually be bad for you, I was like, all right, I'm going to still try to be healthy and live clean, but like, I'm not going to drive myself insane with it. If I want pizza on Friday, I'm eating stinking pizza.
Yeah, but, okay, to the point of the person who said, like, not everybody can go to Whole Foods. Even I live in the Chestnut Hill section of Philadelphia, okay? But try to find a grocery store in the city of Philadelphia that, now you can find the co-ops, the prices are through the roof. The prices are all really high. So unless you do have a vehicle and you can, because I don't grocery shop in the city of Philadelphia. I drive out to Montgomery County. That's why when we talk about it, I'm like, here's the Giant, I'm talking about Montgomery County. I'm talking about Bucks County. Do you know what I'm saying? Delaware County. I don't grocery shop in Philadelphia. And that's the sick part of this, that if you're in a city, basically the processed stuff is the cheapest, most accessible stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely
right.
right.
Food, I mean, not stuff. Food.
Correct. All right, 855.
Chubby, fat-looking children.
Mustard.
Maybe Tuna Fang writes on the YouTube chat, maybe it was the fat mafia that took out Kennedy. Because he made that speech in 62. He was killed in 63.
Yeah.
Has anybody looked into the fat mafia?
Yeah, was there like an indentation on the grassy knoll from a fat person?
Soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
Well,
I'm gonna tell that to Kristen one day. We are not raising any soft, chubby, fat-looking children. Which Kennedy? I got to redo my Kennedy power rankings after today. I might have to put JFK ahead of RFK Jr., but I still got John from Louisiana first. Because I read this book, Mrs. Gilda Brandt, about man and women with pronouns. Love that guy. He's the best Kennedy of all. All right.
But if you look at the Kennedy clips, or even, you can't, MLK, the family has all of that, and they're very strict with Martin Luther King. But if you could play all those clips every day, they would sound like conservatives.
By the way,
Martin Luther King Jr. as well.
JFK, even in that clip, wasn't some like fit guy, but he was healthy looking.
Yeah, like
you know what I
presidential.
mean? Yeah, exactly.
He had a lot of health problems.
Well, he swam every day, and
he did.
He was
to help his health. He was born. He had a lot of chronic health problems.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of swimming, by the way.
Why?
I like
great
going,
exercise.
I go,
great exercise.
Oh, I know it's great exercise. I love being in the water. I'm
cardio.
I'm not lap guy. I'll put it that way.
Oh, that's great cardio, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the treadmill better.
Oh, the treadmill's horrendous.
It's bad for your knees.
Yeah, I get shin splints. Right?
Do you really?
I do.
Those are the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, 855-839-1210 if you would like to jump in on the conversation. Coming up next, we have a couple of things that we have to get to in the world of what's going on in the Middle East. First of all, a very interesting Wall Street Journal poll with the split of support for Israel falling on party lines. And also, we told you the story about how 20% of today's generation, the youths, think the Holocaust is a myth. We actually have more data and more details that people actually believe, well, the Holocaust might have happened, but it was exaggerated.
Oh, my God.
We will get to that. And also, Taylor Swift raising money for a Gaza fundraiser.
Oh, Jesus.
Just when I thought I had it at my fill of Swiftie, now she's pro-Gaza. Okay, we'll talk about that on the other side. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. Call QC Kinetics now. Make 2024 the year you're back to living your normal life, like you used to. QC Kinetics can give you your life back, and they are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. So these are all natural treatments which repair and restore your damaged tissue, giving you pain-free movement again. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients across the country and right here in our region. I recently had visited the King of Prussia, QC Kinetics. Incredible professionals there at QC Kinetics. And people who suffered with knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain were able to get lasting relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. So if you're suffering in pain from perhaps a past injury or pain associated with arthritis, you need to check this out. The future of medicine is here. Regenerative treatments, QC Kinetics. Call them now so you can get the most out of 2024 and just get back to doing what you love. Don't forget, you can use your HSA and FSA funds. Call QC Kinetics. You get a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. For years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
Yo, Collegeville. Follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Home by the sea. Home by the sea. Home by the sea. Home by the sea. Creeping up the blind side, shimming up the wall, stealing through the dark of night. Climbing through a window.
Kayal and Company, 9:01. Welcome back in. Final hour here on a Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. The Dawn Show coming up at 10 o'clock. We'll find out what's on tap in just a little bit, who on Twitter and YouTube today. Cut Sheet Part 2 and our Big 3 at 9:30. Morning Mystery Movie Clip in about 18 minutes. Another $50 gift card to Burger King, and also courtesy of Simply Orange Juice. So that's coming up in just a little bit. I just saw Dorenzo put the clip in the hopper, and we'll see if you're able to identify that one correctly. A couple of things that we have to get to here. Speaking of Israel and Hamas, you know, we've talked a lot this week, really, about what transpired late last week, and that's the University of Pennsylvania, Elise Stefanik's testimony on Capitol Hill. That was last Tuesday, so about 9 days ago. The fallout from that, Claudine Gay, MIT, so forth and so on. But we haven't really talked a lot about where Americans are when it comes to supporting this war, who's on what side, does it fall on party lines, things of that nature. And then we also have an update to our story about the youths of today, 20% saying that the Holocaust was a myth, which just reiterates my stance that today's youth are incredibly stupid. But we'll get to that in just a moment. So the Wall Street Journal with an interesting poll where a majority of Americans do back Israel as Democrats are split over the war with Hamas. And I think this is something we've talked about in recent weeks about the issue that the Biden administration and Democrats are facing today, and that is the major divide within their party when it comes to being pro-Hamas, pro-Gaza versus being pro-Israel. So the latest coming out, U.S. public opinion remains favorable towards Israel in its war with Hamas, but just over a third of Americans say that they are equally sympathetic to both the Israeli and Palestinian people. A new Wall Street Journal poll finds 55% of those polled said that they believe Israel is taking the military action needed to defend itself. 55% say it's A-OK what the Israeli government is doing, which I agree with, and to defend itself and prevent another attack by Hamas, compared with 25% of respondents who are actually saying that Israel's military action is disproportionate and going too far. That is a heck of a hill to die on and a stance to have when you go back and think about what is disproportionate and what is going too far in the name of war, in an act of war. Go back to October 7th and, think about everything and read about it. Go find the graphic images, see the awful videos that, Trey Yinks from Fox News shared, and these other people that are, stationed over in the Middle East as, reporters live with their feet on the ground, and look at the destruction that was caused, not only at that music festival, but also what happened with people in their homes going door to door, animals, pets, babies, the elderly, women, basically slaughtered, and try to say that and come back and answer a Wall Street Journal poll question by saying Israel, in defense of themselves, has gone too far. Let that sink in for a moment. I don't know how you arrive at that conclusion, but those are usually Democrats to
which that will get us to the next portion of this poll. So age and party affiliation were factors when it came to sentiment towards Israelis and Palestinians, the poll found. Nearly a quarter of Democrats said that they were sympathetic to Palestinians, compared with 17% who said that they sympathized more with the Israeli people. Just under half said that they were equally sympathetic to both. By contrast, more than two-thirds of Republicans said that they were more sympathetic to Israelis, compared with 2% who sympathized more with Palestinians and 17% who said they sympathize with both groups. This is really now, what are we, 11 weeks in, 10 weeks in? This is still amazing to me that this is such a partisan issue. And I don't take joy in any of this. But if there is one silver lining, I think, for all of this, if you're looking at it heading into 2024, and this is not going away anytime soon, much like Russia-Ukraine, if you're a Republican and you're thinking about elections and votes and swing states, you might be really rooting for the demise of Democrats over this issue, because this has fractured the Democratic Party. I think
it really has.
There's no doubt about it.
You are not wrong at all.
But the only question is, and again, polls are polls, you have to really ask yourself and wonder out loud, are those of Jewish faith and religion, descent, the whole bit, that have historically voted Democrat, that are upset with the way this thing has played out, are they really willing to actually vote Republican? Because Republicans have been far more sympathetic for the Jewish cause. But odds are these Jewish people who are Democrats probably do not like most Republican policies.
Well, the RNC then, what's her name, Rana, needs to get out there and do some outreach.
That's a good point.
And show that group that is on the fence there what she believes the RNC stands for,
yes.
right?
I totally agree.
Put it on the platform, in other words.
Yes.
Write it into your mission statement right on the platform.
And show how and I would show these people, if I'm Ronna McDaniel, show how well Trump is doing in all of these swing states, show the 10-point lead that he has in historically blue Michigan, show how Trump has gone from, and it's not necessarily about Trump specifically, but I'm using some Trump figures as proof of, hey, if you've been contemplating this, you're not alone. 8% vote for Trump with the black vote, now 22%. Show how that Dallas mayor flipped from Democrat to Republican. Show the abandonment of Democrats that are flipping to R and say, this is not an outlier. There's actually a sizable quantity here of people that are going to the Republican Party for the first time ever because they just view it to be the party of more common sense at this point. So I think that's pretty fascinating with that poll. So that is from the Wall Street Journal. And then we got to get to this one. And I know we had the story, but now we actually have some numbers. This is courtesy of the Daily Mail. And it says 1 in 5 Americans aged 18 to 30 think the Holocaust is a myth. And even more say it has been exaggerating, according to a shock poll that showed that Democrats are more likely to believe the conspiracy.
How about that one?
Think about that.
1 in 5.
Yeah, I was told that Republicans were the conspiracy theorists.
That's the other thing, too, that I found so interesting about this is you always hear about the Republicans and conspiracy theories and the far-right people and the conspiracy theories.
Yes.
Look at these numbers.
Yes.
Look at these young liberal Democrats that believe this crap.
I know. The survey by The Economist and YouGov included 1,500 people ranging in age from 18 to over 65 who were asked a series of questions about the massacre of 6 million Jews. 6 million people were slaughtered. It's not a myth. It's not a hoax. It's in the history books. We've seen it. You've seen the camps and the people being like they were flocked in like a herd of cattle. Approximately 20% of people aged 18 to 29 agreed with the statement that the Holocaust is a myth, and even more believe that the death toll has been exaggerated. The results are being linked to data that showed 32% of this age group gets their news from TikTok.
There we go.
Oh, how many times have I said on the show, forget my stance on TikTok. I'm beating a dead horse to death already. I know Greg says,
can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
But it's amazing to me the amount of people on the left that gets their news forget TikTok for a moment. I can't tell you how many times I've chatted with my wife where I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, oh, I'm just looking at the news. I'm like, oh, you're looking at your phone. She goes, yeah, just scrolling Facebook. I said, well, I thought you said you were looking at the news. She goes, yeah, I'm on Facebook. Oh, so you get your news from Facebook and Yahoo, and you think you know exactly what's going on. And I'm not sitting here saying that Fox News is the be-all, end-all, or Twitter is the be-all, end-all. I'm not trying to make it part. But and how many times on this show do we play you clips on the cut sheet from CNN or MSNBC, or we go to the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times? Or I think on this show, and I can only speak about this show, where we go from conservative outlets to left-leaning outlets, to me, it makes sense to kind of get the temperature of the room from all the different entities to see, as Dawn always talks about, what type of slant is coming with the coverage. And I think that's how you become a more informed consumer of news.
Yep.
And you sift through what's real, what's not, and then formulate your own opinion. I mean, my God, if you're stuck on Facebook getting your news, that's why you can't have conversations with these people. Because you start there bringing up stuff and they're like, that's not true. Really? Okay. All right, you keep getting it from Facebook. But that was, according to TikTok, 32%. So we knew about the 20%, but now hearing about that, some of the exaggerations. No, it wasn't 2 million. No, it was 6 million people.
That's why earlier this week, when we were talking about the UPenn president being ousted and then debating whether Claudine Gay from Harvard should be ousted and all of that, it's a great win. But it doesn't really get to the root of the issue that we as a society, and it's not just America, because it is rampant overseas, rampant in the UK and everything like that, this anti-Semitism that's happening. And the more that we get ourselves away from World War II and the Holocaust and what happened, those atrocities that happened, and the more that, sadly, most of the people that were around then are dead. So there's nobody really to keep those stories alive unless you're learning about it in school.
Yeah, every now and then you get one of these stories where a 98-year-old Holocaust survivor just perished or something like that. But you're right. I mean, that generation is almost gone.
That's why when these people long time ago, when they were still alive, they could say, no, I was there. I witnessed it. I witnessed this happening. Most of those people are dead now.
Yeah.
So you get this, you're ripe for conspiracy because they're like, well, nobody's around to say if this happened or not. And I saw something on YouTube that said, you must believe this because here's the real footage of what actually happened. And it's just all nonsense.
Well, and the real crime of this is, and I'm not saying this is absolutely going on universally. I don't want to, broad stroke this with the education system that we have in this country, but how many schools are actually teaching about the Holocaust these days? How many history classes are talking about this?
I would hope a lot.
I mean, and at what, I don't even recall, honestly, God, I don't remember when I was in school what age we first learned about the Holocaust or World War II or anything.
You probably didn't here in Pennsylvania. You most likely did not.
I want to say we might have had like a chapter on it in a book.
We 100%. I 100% learned about it in school.
I think
Are you sure?
Maybe in
Pennsylvania?
Maybe in sixth grade we started with social studies.
I think we watched Schindler's List.
Yeah,
Okay.
I definitely didn't see that.
But I'm
school.
just going to say this to you. If you did, your teacher was a good teacher and your school principal, they were good because it was not required or recommended. And in Pennsylvania, in most schools, they did not have the Holocaust, the history of the Holocaust. They did not up until maybe 8 years ago. And in my big three, I'll actually have Pennsylvania lawmakers, bipartisan, are dealing with this.
I want to say that we had it, but it wasn't like a dedicated, isolated education on that specific atrocity. It was covered under the umbrella of World War II and then, things that were going on from 1935 to 39 through Pearl Harbor and things like that. But it wasn't like we did a whole Holocaust week. It was like, oh, yeah, by the way, in Chapter 7 tonight, I need you to read pages 187 to 214, and there might have been like 3 paragraphs on the Holocaust.
Did you read Anne Frank?
Yes.
Yes.
That's good.
We did too.
That's good.
It was 10th grade, I think.
91 LS Extra says, Dawn, we went to St. Joe's on a field trip in elementary school to talk with actual Holocaust survivors, and we watched Schindler's List.
You just said St. Joe's. Catholic? Absolutely. but I've covered this for so long that I know this very well. In Pennsylvania, look it up.
I went to a public middle school and we learned about it.
I'm agreeing with you, Greg. What I'm trying to tell you is that in states like Pennsylvania, it was not the curriculum that was approved and required. The curriculum matters. And so in Pennsylvania, it was up to the individual history teacher
It was almost an
or the school.
It was almost like an elective of the teacher to put it in his syllabus, so
exactly.
to speak.
And that's why right now in Pennsylvania, they just passed it, and Governor Shapiro is expected to sign this. They just discussed it yesterday. They passed it through bipartisan support to say, you know what, we've got to make Holocaust education, anti-Semitism. This is such a problem that we now are going to legislate it into the curriculum. And this is a first.
Stalker, you went to Pius for high school, right?
For high school, yeah.
And that was not public. That was Catholic, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, of course. Well, Catholic schools are, my kids too. But the Catholic schools are different. I'm talking about public grade schools, middle schools, high schools in Pennsylvania.
Somebody said graduated in 85 Radnor, and we learned it.
Good. That's great. That means you had, in your public school, you had a good teacher. You could look up Rhonda Fink Whitman, locally friend of mine. Her mom was a twin who survived the evil twin, the evil twin sicko Nazi experiments.
Mm-hmm.
Her mom, as a child, was a survivor of that. And Rhonda has lobbied this for for her entire life. So I've covered this issue for more than a decade. But finally, in our Pennsylvania legislature, we are legislating the curriculum.
I understand what you're saying, but for you to say it hasn't been taught, for the last 8 years, like all these people are saying public school in the 80s, and we definitely learned about it.
What I'm saying is
not mandated.
It was not something that was taught as a curriculum, that was a required curriculum, that was taught in such a way that everybody in Pennsylvania learned it.
Yeah, I think
so.
what
In
you're saying.
Radnor or wherever you were, and I'm not talking about private schools. Most Catholic schools, because the nuns, especially a lot of the nuns, survived the Nazis themselves, because the Nazis killed. Guess what? They hated Christians, they hated Catholics, they hated the nuns too.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, Catholics. Absolutely. If you went to a Catholic school, you learned it all.
Yeah, I think when a teacher in a public school puts their syllabus together in the summer, they have certain things they absolutely have to have over the course of the calendar year in their curriculum. But I'm sure there's other stuff where it's like, okay, I'm gonna implement this, but I'm not gonna get into this, and maybe they change it year to year. I know I would if I was a teacher, because I would get tired of doing the same single thing every year. Like some of these teachers are legitimately, the syllabus doesn't change for 35 years. So I understand what you're saying as far as, picking and choosing. But that to me should be absolutely required. Like if we're going to talk about all of these marginalized communities, we should not be picking and choosing. Well, let's talk about the atrocities of slavery, but not the Holocaust. Evil is evil, no matter who it happens to. So you either put it all in there, and I think you should put it all in there.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying exclude all of it, but we need some consistency with this more than anything.
And that's why curriculum matters. We talk all the time about curriculum, for example, with pronouns or what Pride Day or whatever they put into they roll into the curriculum. So the approved curriculum matters. So I'm not saying that wonderful schools and districts and boards, maybe they did teach the Holocaust among other, maybe they wanted World War II. But none of this at all was an approved required curriculum. That's all I'm trying to say.
Nick, do you remember what year did you read Anne Frank? I'm trying to remember if mine was in middle school or high school.
For some reason, I keep thinking of 6th grade and 10th grade.
Usually it's middle school.
Yeah, I want to say 7th grade.
Okay.
I want to say 7th grade. We read. Maybe I'm wrong, but
yeah, I don't remember. I don't recall much of 7th grade. I was suspended in detention a lot. And, oh boy, yeah. I had a real rebellious year in 7th grade.
My boys locally, Sisters of St. Joseph, it was 6th grade.
6th grade.
Anne Frank, they learned all about the Holocaust, and in fact, they had to do a project where you had to draw to the dimensions of where they had to live, and the point was to think about living in that close of quarters and hiding for that long, and it really. Quite frankly, if you read these books, it really resonates with kids.
Yep.
They never forget it. And because they never forget it, then when they hear all this nonsense and pro-Hamas crud that's all over social media, especially TikTok, they look at it and go, well, that's crazy.
One more from the YouTube chat, because the YouTube chat's blowing up about this. Rob M., who looks like he graduated in 1999, said he went to Neshaminy. Said they learned about it as a unit. He thinks in 7th grade they watched Schindler's List, read passages from Anne Frank, and went on a field trip to D.C. the same year to see the Holocaust Museum. So,
awesome.
There you go.
We didn't do that. We didn't do the Holocaust Museum.
I don't recall many field trips at all that we did when I was in school.
Yeah.
It might have been a budget cut that year.
That should be a required thing.
Field trips?
No. A field trip to the Holocaust Museum. That should be a requirement.
Yeah. Speaking of World War II, I'll never forget when we took our trip to Hawaii back in 2005, and you can still see the oil coming up from the USS. Anyway, it's
I like that you had such faith in that story. You were like, I'm going to tell it, and then you forgot, and you're like, all right, and I'm done now.
See?
You were committed to that bid until you were not.
I'm half the age of Trump, and I'm deteriorating quicker than he is. 855-839-1210. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
18 minutes. The average Gurn fan listens for, are you ready for this? An hour and 20 minutes.
Really?
How can that be? Answer most commonly given, I want to see what he'll say next.
All right, okay, fine. But what about the people who hate Stern?
Good point. The average Stern hater
Why don't we just
listens for 2.5 hours a day.
What, do we mail it in today, guys?
Oh, of course.
If they hate him, why do they listen?
Happens twice a week
Most
on this
common
program.
answer, I want to see what he'll say next.
Oh, my Lord.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow we'll play a clip from Home Alone, Christmas Vacation, Miracle on 34th Street.
Wow, you're putting that movie up with all of those?
I guess. What the heck? We're just giving away stuff here. We don't even make you earn it anymore, folks. Just call right now. If you have a pulse, we'll take it. 855-839-1210. Caller 12 that can identify that movie that has a guy named Stern in it. You get a $50 gift card to Burger King for the croissant witch. Start your day with a croissant witch and a Simply orange juice and get your day off to a good start. $50 worth of Burger King for free if you can identify a movie clip that Greg mentioned one of the leading actors earlier in the show today. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Back after this.
We were just talking about how those who visited southern Italy lost weight over the period of time because the food is so good, but it's that clean, good food. I can't wait for the visit. Next spring, southern Italy, seeing all the sights, along with my friends from Conservative Tours. I hope you do join me. Just a couple of spots left, as I'm told by Ken Chase. We're going to visit some of the most incredible, beautiful, breathtaking places in the world: Isle of Capri, Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, the Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii, and yes, all the ancient great sites in Rome as well, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 incredible days of touring. Olive oil production, a mozzarella farm, and yeah, you know it, the wineries. Oh, those tasting sessions. And the group dining events Conservative Tours known for are legendary, iconic, truly. $52.67 includes your nonstop airfare. You can call toll-free 888-733-9494, or you can just go to conservativetours.com. They'll have the toll-free number up, conservativetours.com. Scroll down, you'll see my picture there, the full itinerary. And yes, my husband, Larry Menti, our teenage sons. For us, it's the family trip of a lifetime. I hope you join me. We'll also see why so many Italians take their vacations in Puglia. Charming villages, unparalleled cuisine, Italy's best-kept secret as it's known, authentically Italian. ConservativeTours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Did you know the Philadelphia Eagles dentist is in your backyard? Starting their 3rd season as the official dentist of the Philadelphia Eagles, P3 Dental on Roosevelt Boulevard would love to care for you. The all-pro team of Doctors Lim and Rahman provide advanced and compassionate care and are in-network with most major insurances. No insurance? No problem. They can help with their in-house care plan that will provide affordable care and keep you smiling like our birds. Go to p3dentalpc.com.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
Is your home in need of new windows and doors, but you've decided to brave through one more cold season before making the plunge? Well, let me tell you why acting now will not only keep your family feeling warm all winter long while lowering your high heating bills, but also save you big bucks with the end-of-the-year sale from the great people at Guida Door and Window. Guida is bringing back their biggest discounts of the year. Receive 40% off each window you buy. Yes, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also receive 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And don't worry about touching your holiday money, because Guida will start your project with no money down and allow you to pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st, so call Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again Sunday afternoons at 4, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Are you struggling with things like fatigue, body aches, headaches, brain fog? You may be living with Lyme disease. And this may be true even if you have received antibiotics or your Lyme test was negative. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the healthcare team at Innovative Medical Associates have used medical hydration therapy to help hundreds of patients to reduce symptoms often associated with post-Lyme disease syndrome.
I want to get you through your initial challenge, working alongside with my physicians, and then get you to a place where we are looking at maintaining your immune system, maintaining your quality of life.
Visit innovativemedicalassociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If your child needs support, special tutoring, and custom instruction, METC is here to help. Now's the time to call to Kathy Gannon, METC. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company for over 30 years. METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gannon, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. Now's the time to get assistance. For your child to help them succeed, all you have to do is visit online at METC.com. METC's tutoring studio. Call them today, 215-493-4200, or email Kathy directly, info@METC.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
It's football season, and the NFL is in full effect on the free Odyssey app. We're heading into the final stretch of the regular season, and the playoff picture is starting to come into focus. Whatever team you're rooting for, the free Odyssey app has you covered, with the local talk and your team's podcasts. Plus, listen to play-by-play of every Sunday night, Monday night, and Thursday night game from Westwood One. If you're looking for the NFL, it's all on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search for your favorite team. That's AUDACY.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rule, now with 7 convenient locations.
Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rule.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, 9:30 Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great day as we head until 10 o'clock. What's on the cut sheet, part 2, coming up in about 5 minutes. We'll also find out who on Twitter today and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Time to give away our $50 gift card to Burger King, because we have our morning mystery movie clip winner on the line. He is Craig from Philadelphia. Craig, good morning. We appreciate you listening and playing. What movie clip did we just play for you?
It was from Private Parts.
Yeah.
Craig, are you sure about that?
I am sure. That was a tough one.
That was a tough one. I agree. It was so tough, we should make that a $100 gift card. Now, $50 gift card is yours, so we appreciate you for listening and playing. Thank you very much, Craig.
Thank you.
There he is, Craig in Philadelphia. By the way, we played you that clip during the cut sheet today of Abby Phillip, no S on the end, interrupting constantly to Vivek Ramaswamy on the CNN town hall last night with Republican Vivek Ramaswamy that nobody knew existed because they don't advertise it, they just do it. And then the 410,000 viewers that watch CNN got to see that last night. Sage Steele, former ESPN SportsCenter anchor, who is now out of sports and is showing that she is actually a conservative and a Republican. She's also a journalist. She says, Journalism 101, ask your question, then allow the person to answer said question. From there, follow up, push back on their answer, etc., but let them freaking answer. It's just not that hard. You know, CNN's actually done a really poor job with this. Think about where CNN has been. Trump labeled them fake news. Their ratings have tanked. Trump has been out of office. They can't draw anybody to their shows. They've tried to shuffle and reshuffle talent. They get rid of executives. They bring back executives. They fire fact checkers. The whole bit. They're a complete dumpster fire. So what do they try to do? They try to have these Republican town halls. And my biggest takeaway from all of these Republican town halls is all of their moderators, all they want to do is live fact check Republican candidates and get into arguments live on the air.
Yep.
Caitlin Collins, Abby Phillip, on down the list. Yeah. You know, you always say Jake Tapper is probably the least controversial. Like Jake Tapper, I mean, he looks like a professional compared to some of these people when it comes to journalism. So very interesting there. All right, 9:33. I just want to mention this story quickly. We teased it, and we'll do. Oh, we got to get to the big three. That's right. My fault. I forgot about that. Let's get to the big three first, and then we'll get to Taylor Swift and fundraising for Gaza. Right now, Dawn Stenzelin at 9:33.
It's the big 3 and 9 on Kayal Company.
Big Three, sponsored by Consumer Cellular. Curriculum to combat anti-Semitism and hatred. Republicans in Pennsylvania have just announced a legislative package promoting education curriculum about anti-Semitism in the Commonwealth's schools as required curriculum. So Republicans speaking out about this, saying essentially one quote is, I can't believe I have to stand here at a podium in 2023 to say this, but anti-Semitism is wrong. Calling for genocide of the Jews or any other group for that matter is wrong. It is hateful. So it's the first bill, and it's a package of three. The first would require universities that receive any kind of state funding to acknowledge anti-Semitism as harassment and or bullying. Okay, and this is obviously in the face of UPenn President Liz McGill facing the steep criticism, ultimately resigning, everything that's going on since that terrorist attack and the killings October 7th by Hamas. But as well, the package would include all of these different groups where they would require the curriculum, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they would also require the third bill. The second bill would introduce a Holocaust instruction transparency, and that would be in public schools. So they would be required to post the curriculum guidelines when teaching about the Holocaust, genocide of any kind, and human rights violations. And then the third bill in this package of 3 would make November 9th Anti-Semitism Awareness and Education Day in Pennsylvania.
Just one day? We can't have a month for it?
So I guess not.
Okay.
But at least they're looking at that curriculum.
Okay.
Also,
Only Pride gets an entire month.
Yeah, Pride, that's
I was hoping
right.
you picked up on that.
Shorter weeks and longer days. So this looks like Governor Josh Shapiro is going to sign this thing. This is making national news as far as giving our schools flexibility on minimum requirements for children to be advanced to the next grade. And this would give Pennsylvania schools, the districts, greater flexibility to have shorter school weeks or longer days. Looks like Shapiro, like I say, it's headed to the governor's desk for full approval.
So
flexibility.
Go back to the beginning. It sounds like they are lowering the standards for you to pass a grade and move on to the next grade. Is that what I gather?
Well, not necessarily.
Okay.
So it used to be that schools had to do both a minimum of 180 days.
Yep.
And 900 hours at especially the grade school level, 990 at the secondary levels. And so you had to have both. You had to be in school 180 days.
I know that's
and then
so
you had to have so
torturous.
many hours.
And it's 365 days in a year. God forbid you spend 49% of them in a classroom.
So that's why a lot of times you'll see that the nuns a lot of the Catholic schools have this down to a science, I'm going to tell you. But you had to have both. Now you can do either or. And so it's giving them the flexibility. So, for example, you know how on a snow day,
I love the 2-hour delays.
but remember that they would say, well, you can have a 2-hour delay, or you could zoom it in.
Yep.
The reason they have to do that is they have to count it as one in the 180.
Yeah.
So it became silly.
Well, it hasn't snowed here in like 5 years.
I know, really.
Unbelievable.
But part of it is that they'll allow, if there are special days of instruction, it really allows flexibility. So what does that mean? Let's say, and I love this for some of the tech schools, internship programs. Like at KYW News KYW News Radio, they have that wonderful, for high school students, it's really one of a kind in the nation.
Yeah.
Where a high school student can go there, earn high school credits.
Yeah.
But for a lot of kids, let's say they're in sports, they just can't do that wonderful journalism program.
Yeah, when are we going to have the high school students for 1210 WPHD?
I know. I would love it.
They're not going to let us do
Oh,
that.
why not?
Are you kidding?
Young boys are skewing conservative, darn it.
We'll be accused of indoctrinating them. Are you kidding me?
So only one side of the aisle can
Oh
indoctrinate.
yeah. Oh yeah. There's going to be none of that coming down in any near future.
I'd like to bring that up at the next meeting.
Yeah.
And also the technical programs, the technical high schools we've talked about, it really helps them out too. Now, I have to get to number 3. And again, we're sponsored by Consumer Cellular because this one takes the cake. You know, we've talked about the allegation, not really allegation, that Larry Krasner, our district attorney, has said, well, if somebody steals under $500 worth of stuff, let it go.
Yeah.
And he's denied that, but we have him on record saying it.
Okay.
Well, in Colorado, it's if you do any kind of retail theft under $2,000, they would make it a misdemeanor.
Oh.
This brings us to the case of these thieves who were dubbed by Kohl's employees there in Colorado. These guys were dubbed the KitchenAid Crew.
KitchenAid Crew.
KitchenAid Crew, because
Okay.
everybody at Kohl's apparently knew them.
Yep.
In this area. So these thieves, well known, like I say, usual suspects, they actually argued in court that they should get lighter sentences because the KitchenAid items they stole from a Kohl's store were on a big sale.
That's right. And as Meatball once said, everybody must eat.
These guys are like middle-aged guys who were these repeat offenders, and they were charged with felony theft. They were in court arguing that it should be a misdemeanor because all of these, they stole a bunch of these KitchenAid stand mixers. Normally they retail for $499, but they were on sale for $350. With the coupons, they were even less.
You know, I might need to do a cost-benefit analysis on retail crime versus misdemeanor punishment. Is it worth stealing something that's $1,999 and only getting hit with a misdemeanor? Or should I probably just pay for it. I have to think about that this weekend.
It's crazy time. And we had the conversation, and it's being mentioned in these national stories about the security guard at the Macy's here in Philadelphia.
Yep.
How ultimately the guard let the guy go because that's the policy because of our DAs, these liberal DAs. And they're citing this in all the national stories, by the way.
Yep.
What happened to these two defendants, these two thieves in Colorado? Well, in this one, I will say the DA's office said these two guys were identified by the store security staff and the surveillance video. And ultimately, these guys did get jail time because even with the sales prices for all they stole, it was a little over $2,000.
Okay.
So even by the DA's stance, it was still not a misdemeanor.
Yep.
Even with all that in consideration, the one guy who at the career criminal, 15 months in prison. The other guy, 90 days in jail. Wow.
90. Well, look, I mean, if you're struggling this holiday season in Philadelphia and you need to swipe something, just make sure it's under $500 and they won't stop you. You know, go to your local Dick's Sporting Goods, grab some Eagles apparel, make sure it's like $475. And in the event somebody does try to stop you, just say you're non-binary or something, and they'll probably let you go because they think you're going to have a mental health breakdown on their floor.
No.
Yeah.
It's the crazy story this is crazy time news, right? We are sponsored by Consumer Cellular, offering unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at just $20 per month. So stay connected in rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage. No contract, free activation. Visit consumercellular.com. Switch today. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:41. Let's find out what's on the cut sheet part due.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part due. What's on the Cut Sheet Part Due, sponsored by Consumer Cellular. Consumer Cellular offers the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Their 100% U.S.-based support is just a click or call away, plus activation is free. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today. Consumercellular.com. Consumer Cellular, thank you for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet Part Due. I think, Nick, you brought this up earlier. We have the video and audio. Let's go in the Wayback Machine, shall we, to October of 2021. As we've been talking about all morning, Hunter Biden defied the subpoena.
Yep.
What does Papa Joe think about people who defy subpoenas?
Yeah.
Let's go back to October of 2021 and hear Joe Biden go.
What's your message to people who defy congressional subpoenas on the January 6th committee?
I hope that the committee goes after them and holds them accountable.
Should they be prosecuted by the
I do, yes.
So he thinks his son should be held accountable. He thinks Comer should go after him and prosecute him.
He just said that.
How about
right?
that? See, it's we've got deposition denialism going on. Let's roll the tape. Boy, it always remember, folks. We always keep receipts.
It really is kind of amazing, isn't it?
It
the
is.
Whole thing. It's like, well, I mean, they should be using that in ads, to be honest with you. But,
no doubt. They won't.
Who am I?
Screw it up.
Speaking of Comer, on Hunter Biden skipping his deposition, this is what he said yesterday. This is cut 8, guys. Go.
The president's son, that we expect him to come in and be deposed. This is a normal process in an investigation. This has been a serious, credible, transparent investigation from day one. We've published 4 bank memorandums. We've had countless press conferences. This is an investigation about public corruption at the highest levels. We have accumulated mountains of evidence that's concerning to an overwhelming majority of Americans. We have specific questions in there, and I think we're going to allow you in there to see the piles and piles of documents, of bank statements, of emails, of text messages that we've worked very hard on in this committee over the last 8 or 9 months. We expect to depose the president's son, and then we will be more than happy to have a public hearing with him.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of standard operating procedure to do a deposition. You kind of get your ducks in a row, and then you go out and publicly put on your presentation in the form of a hearing. By the way, great camera work there by that individual, because I heard a little bit of Comer, but I saw a lot of Nancy Mace in the background, and I was a little distracted. Yeah. We've got a Nancy Mace story to get to tomorrow, by the way.
By the way, the gentleman standing next to Nancy makes look like a bizarro Matt Rooney.
No way. Can we get a free?
No, it's just it's an inside joke. It's an
Bizarro
inside
Matt Rooney.
One more, and then we have to break. Jim Jordan. What did he say yesterday? I think you played this in the Big Take, but for those who tune in later, here's Jim Jordan speaking yesterday. This is cut 9. Guys, go.
We're disappointed that he didn't show up. I mean, he was just across the way at the Capitol. You think he could have come here and set the questions? You do it in an open format now, you're going to get filibusters, you're going to get speeches, you're going to get all kinds of things. What we want is the facts, and the way you get the facts in every single investigation I've been involved in is you bring people in for an interview behind closed doors where you can get those facts. And then, as the chairman said, we'd love for him to come public. Finally, I would say this: Mr. Biden's counsel and the White House have both argued that the reason he couldn't come for a deposition was because there wasn't a formal vote for an impeachment inquiry. Well, that's going to happen in a few hours. We think it's going to pass. We think the House of Representatives will go on record with the power that solely resides in the House to say we are in an official impeachment inquiry phase of our oversight. And when that happens, we'll see what their excuse is then. They should have been here today, but once we take that vote, we expect him to come in for his interview, for his deposition. And frankly, we'll also, I think, look at contempt proceedings as we move forward.
Well, the vote went through 221 to 212. Every single Democrat voted against it, and now I would imagine you will charge him with contempt. And, here's the thing. I mean, these guys spend, and guys, gals, everybody involved, spend countless hours coming up with all of these questions for this deposition. It is a very arduous process. As somebody that's actually worked in a law office as a paralegal, these depositions are a pain in the butt. It's like printing a phone book. I mean, it takes hours upon hours, days upon days, and then you get stiffed. And then you get a guy like Hunter Biden who says, Republicans have been asking me to show up. Well, here I am holding a press conference. But I'm not going to go inside for the deposition. I'm just going to put on a dog and pony show out on the steps. So there you go. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll come back and get to what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who won Twitter and YouTube today. But you can win the holiday gift-giving season right now with Wawa. And there are 2 different ways for you to do so for your holiday shopping. You can visit wawa.com, pick up one of their festive card designs, enter your card amount, and write a message. Or you can go to one of your local Wawa locations where you'll find gift cards for the Wawa fan in your life. And fans of other brands like Amazon or Roblox, you can grab one for your boss, your favorite aunt or uncle, and make anyone's seasons bright in just one holiday run at Wawa. And also with the digital cards, you can send them instantly to the recipient's email box, and you can schedule it to arrive at any time you would like. It's like gift card virtual on-demand delivery. It is remarkable. Buy a digital gift card today and give the gift of Wawa to somebody you love. Your one-stop shop for gift cards. See store for details.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free Barely There naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a Barely There feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best-selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's natural supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health boosting products at under $20. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I took a stroll on the old long walk of the day. I met a little girl and we stopped to talk of a fine soft day. And I asked her friend, what's a fella to do? Her hair's black and her eyes are blue.
Kayal and Company, 9:52, Thursday morning. Great show. We appreciate all of you for interacting. And Stalker will reward a few of you for interacting on the socials in just a few moments. But first, we find out what Dawn has lined up just 8 minutes out today.
There's so much going on right now. There's so much developing, and I'm going to try to get to all of it. I'll have some great interviews up ahead, talking about some concerning trends that we're seeing in suburban schools in our area. So we'll have a great expert and school advocate talking about that. I am obsessed, I must admit, with the story of this new whistleblower filing alleging that Special Counsel Jack Smith, while working at an international court of justice, spent many years running an overseas, quote-unquote, extortion ring targeting wealthy and high-profile public officials. And so this is a former DEA, federal agent, essentially, who's the whistleblower, very credible individual, serious allegations moving forward. There's so much swirling with SCOTUS, the courts, Biden, Trump. So I am obsessed with all of that. So we will do a segment on that as well. My friend Christine Flowers comes in the 11 a.m. hour.
Okay.
A lot going on.
All right. 9:53 as we find out who won Twitter and YouTube today. Who won Twitter today?
Who won Twitter?
So I'm gonna give it to Keith Martin. He started a GoFundMe page, Nick, for you to pay your FCC fine for dropping the F-bomb today. So Keith Martin started a GoFundMe to pay your FCC fine.
Is there any donations put in there yet?
We can't he can't donate to that.
Okay.
But
Grammar
it's just,
jar.
It's just
Grammar
funny.
jar.
I figured if you
Nick's
could
bad word FCC fine.
I figure if you can donate to Gaza, you could donate to Nick Kayal.
That's a good point. And who's the other one? Let's do
who won
YouTube. Rintintin wins YouTube. He said 1210 should do a golf outing or at least meet at a miniature golf place with beer and weed. Look,
I'm down for that.
I'm down for both of those things.
Yes.
So if that's what
I
you
think
want.
we should do a Kayal and Company golf outing next spring. I've said that for the last 14 months. But if you want to put it together, I'm all for it.
Well,
It'd be great.
I mean,
let's do it.
Should we?
Yes.
But
hell
what
with mini golf?
Wait, one more time, guys. Before we get out of here, tomorrow night tomorrow evening we'll be at where, Dawn? Where?
By the way, we got to do it. What's the thing, Dawn?
Where are we going to be? We're going to be in
Basically,
Old City.
Second and Market.
Yeah.
Plowing the Stars.
Yeah, Nick's Bar and Grill. There's a few other establishments. Just look for me. I'm the bald guy. I'll be somewhere passed out on the sidewalk with a bourbon.
So it's gonna be a great event. We're gonna have the mummers there. There's some of the string bands with the mummers, and it benefits, of course, families behind the badge. Children's Foundation. So it's 2nd Street between Chestnut and Market Streets in Old City.
Thank you.
Yes, it's the Andy Chan Holiday Block Party. Thank you, Dorenzo. Dorenzo just woke up at the end of the show.
Shafe writes, great effing show today. Have a fantastic effing day.
Everyone. I agree. And by the way, I don't know if Jim Kelly can listen, if he's hearing me or not, but we're going to need the drop on the board of John Kennedy saying that we should not have any more soft, fat, chubby kids in America. I'm going to need that on the board. That will be a sign-off moving forward, yes. So everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We're back for a Friday edition tomorrow at 6. And then the Andy Chan Block Party for the holidays coming up at 4 o'clock Friday afternoon. In the words of John Fetterman, good night, everybody. But first, let's toss it over to Dawn Stenzelin with the word for the great folks at the Piazza Auto Group.
Yeah, there's no greater time of the year to give back, because I think when you give back, you get the real gift, right? When you're giving. But there's no greater time than the holiday season, and that is why my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles are partnering with the Salvation Army for the big Piazza